Offer entitles 500 bonus APR cash on the purchase of a new and untitled 2025 Toyota Tacoma vehicle. Bonus cash may be used only toward down payment or capitalized cost reduction on the new vehicle. See dealer for details.
Hurry up and get your Braves tickets for the 2025 season. With great matchups and multiple seating options and packages available, there's something every fan will love. Visit Braves.com/tickets today.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves.
Attention Braves fans, ever wanted to win a Yanmar UTV or a Yanmar SA223 tractor? Well, here's your chance. It's the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning. During the 8th inning of every Braves game, one lucky fan will be selected for a chance to win a Yanmar UTV if the Braves pitcher strikes out the side. Plus, at the end of the season, you could win the grand prize, a Yanmar SA223 tractor. Register now at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win the Yanmar Strike Out the Side inning, where the excitement never stops.
Napa has the parts and the expertise to help your business stay ahead of the game. That's why Napa is a proud partner of the 2025 Atlanta Braves. Two legends driven to win from the field to the open road. While Napa is powering fleets and garages across the country, the Braves are delivering pennants, MVPs, and championships. So no matter the size of your business, Napa are the pros that know how to keep you moving at full speed.
We want to send you to see a game at Truist Park. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets weekday afternoons during our 4 o'clock hour on Chuck and Chernoff on 680 The Fan.
You're listening to the Ford Leadoff Show, brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Venture out and cut your own path in the rugged SUVs designed for off-road warriors like you. The Ford Bronco and Bronco Sport, built wild.
Wrapping things up here on the Ford Leadoff Show at the Braves Radio Network studios in the Battery, Atlanta. Large crowd filing into Truist Park. A reminder, you can cash in on baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks and use code BRAVES, and you'll get $50 instantly when you play $5. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. I've got two for you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Domino.
Yep.
Mick Abel, more than 3.5 strikeouts. 3.5's a low number.
Okay.
The Braves bats aren't really cooking all that much.
All right.
4 strikeouts in a game for Mick Abel. Maybe even if he goes 5 innings, I think that's doable. Bryce Elder, less than 16.5 pitching outs. 16.5 pitching outs.
So he'd have to get to 2 outs in the
sixth.
Okay. I hope you're wrong. I hope
I'm wrong, too.
I missed it by a day that Drake Baldwin called home run. He did hit one the next night, and I don't really call home runs. But if I'm going to actually maybe go back to the well, I kind of like Drake Baldwin going deep, and I don't know if you can get a little bit more of a payout. I know you can, obviously, when you pick a home run. I don't know if he's on the Prize Picks today with a half a home run for Drake Baldwin, but I think he's going to go deep again tonight. He hit the foul ball home run, picked up the walk, and then home run the next night, hit a home run in Citi Field. If there's a half, I would play more with Drake Baldwin.
I'm going to do it right now. It is a half.
What did it bump your odds to?
Well, let me...
3-player play. By the way, with Prize Picks, it's real simple. They give you the number. They do all the heavy lifting. You just got to pick more or less. 2 to 6 player stat projections. You can get up to 1,000 times odds. Promo code TheFan, and they'll give you a $5 play that turns into $50 whether you hit it or not. It's your money, same-day payouts. I play Prize Picks quite a bit. I don't talk about them.
If we don't score here, I might have to switch sports. Panicking won't turn a pop-up into a home run. Just like stressing about tickets won't get us better seats. What about the unhinged prices? They're ridiculous fees. That's why I use Game Time. On Game Time, prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, even up to 60% off. And with the Game Time guarantee, I know our tickets are legit. Yes! I did not want to have to get into pickleball.
What time is it?
It's Game Time.
This is a classic road jersey for Boston. This is the first uniform I put on when I came with Boston. When you see those two socks together, that's one thing I know I had to do. I had to make sure I had my red socks high, okay? My two red socks, because, you know, there's two here.
Well, we certainly served it up over the plate. This is a burger fit for a home run king, the 99 burger in honor of Aaron Judge. They sell a bazillion of these at Yankee Stadium. It looks pretty good. I feel like we passed the test. What about you?
I think so.
Three days later, I found out you didn't really mean it. How about this? It's a moving line. I'm a little tired of playing the moving line game.
It's a moving line, but it's for now. Look, I'm just saying, for this 9-game homestand, 7-2 is what I want. I will tolerate 6-3.
Okay.
7-2 is what I want. I will tolerate 6-3. With the Angels and Orioles after this, I think it's doable.
The Angels are a better baseball team right now than the Braves in terms of they're 2 games out. They're a 500 baseball team, 2 games out in a wild card. So I don't look at it that way. Let's play tonight. Let's beat this guy tonight. Let's get to Saturday, hopefully with a win.
From your lips to God's ears. All right, for everybody here at the Braves Radio Network, and that includes Joe Virgin, Chris Moran, Meadow, Cameron, he's Chris Domino, I'm Barrett Salee. Braves, Phillies, right now.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles.
So the reason I got to Cooperstown is because I played with Cal and I played with Eddie and I played with some of the greatest players ever. And, you know, I just had to figure out how I did my job, and I was honored to have some of the best players that ever played put on uniforms, and they happen to be Oriole uniforms. If there's ever any doubt that I'm 78, all I got to do is look at my old cards and I know.
I was so inspired by what you were making that I want to do my own all-star ballpark bite, but I'm thinking we take some of that brisket that you make, and I'm gonna do like a little slider. Got the pepper jack cheese, some American, get it going with some of the barbecue sauce that you have, that spicy, delicious one, and then caramelized onions. Make like a little sandwich. We cool?
Sound like a plan.
I think we did good.
Oh, thank you. Did
Thank
great.
you.
Thanks, Chef.
Every game this summer is a chance to get back in the fight.
Now the first pitch to Acuna, he swings, he drives one. Is this real life? It's a home run by Acuna. 1-0 Braves. Holy smokes!
With some incredible starting pitching and a roster loaded with stars, don't ever count this team out.
Out towards third, backhanded and fouled around by Riley. Long throw. Oh, what a play by Riley!
It's time for the Braves to get things going. At Atlanta Braves baseball on the Braves Radio Network is brought to you by the original Louisiana hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. Your local Ford dealers, proud partner of your Atlanta Braves. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. Your local Hyundai dealer, proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. John Foy and Associates Personal Injury Law. Get the strong arm. Arrow Exterminators. Make the right call and protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW. Peachtree Orthopedics. Same day, evenings and Saturdays. It's time to get better. SeatGeek, the official ticket marketplace of the Atlanta Braves. Yanmar Tractors and Engines, an official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. Your Atlanta area Lexus dealer. Experience amazing. Simply Sport, the official CBD partner of your Atlanta Braves. TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit TimberTech.com. City of Hope, Atlanta. Making hope a reality for cancer patients throughout the Southeast. Attorney Ken Nugent. One call, that's all. Xfinity. Get the fastest connection to the Braves and stream the biggest moments from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Pennington Grass Seed. Official partner of the Atlanta Braves grounds crew. ServPro. When disaster strikes, call ServPro to make it like it never even happened. Saya LTL Freight. The official freight and logistics company of the Atlanta Braves. Corona Extra. La Playa awaits. Georgia Power. The official electric energy partner of the Atlanta Braves. IBEW Local 613. Truist Park keeps the lights on with IBEW 613 electricians. The Battery Atlanta's own ASW Distillery, home of the award-winning Fiddler Bourbon. TYM Tractors, a winning lineup together.
So the reason I got to Cooperstown is because I played with Cal and I played with Eddie and I played with some of the greatest players ever. And, you know, I just had to figure out how I did my job, and I was honored to have some of the best players that ever played put on uniforms, and they happen to be Oriole uniforms. If there's ever any doubt that I'm 78, all I got to do is look at my old cards and I know.
And doing the things that they've been doing all their lives. It's there. We know they can do it. Let's hope it starts on this homestand.
All right. When we come back, Joe will introduce you to the starting lineups for both teams. And right after that, we'll have the first pitch of the game. Great to have you with us. Braves and the Phillies tonight on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network. Hey there, baseball fans. Ben Ingram here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand. It looks just like real wood, but without the never-ending maintenance of a wood deck. It won't rot or splinter, and it's backed by industry-leading warranties, so you'll be sure your deck looks great season after season. See for yourself why TimberTech is everything wood should be. Order free samples at TimberTech.com.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
For game-changing performance on the field to getting things done around the house, doers make a difference. And when it comes to home improvement needs delivered right to your door, the Home Depot is how doers get more done.
Braves fans, this is Mike Morgan, founder and CEO of 13 Heroes. Like you, I was devastated when tragedy struck in 2021, killing 13 U.S. service members in Afghanistan. From then, I immediately founded 13 Heroes for a way to give back to the families who lost their loved ones. 13 Heroes is a premium, award-winning line of spirits with the purest and smoothest liquid on the market. Please help turn tragedy into legacy by picking up a bottle of 13 Heroes at your local bottle shop or visit 13heroes.com. Proud partner.
Man, these seats. I know, right? Thank you, Game Time. Easiest way to find only the best deals on the best seats. I wonder how the other guys are doing.
These seats are trash. What the heck, man? I spent hours finding a deal on these. Trash.
Oof. Finding seats for prices this good is tough. They should have used Game Time. No more endless searching. Just great options at incredible prices with their Game Time picks. What time is it? Game Time.
Shuto will do the catching and bat sixth. Batting.
Celebra tú también con Betcris.
Acuna Jr. will lead it off and play right field. Matt Olson has reached in 27 straight games. He'll be at first base batting second. The DH batting third is Marcell Ozuna. Batting cleanup at third base is a Philly killer, Austin Riley. Drake Baldwin will do the catching and bat fifth. Batting sixth at second base is Ozzie Albies. Alex Verdugo gets the start in left field batting seventh. Hitting eighth in center field is Michael Harris II, and batting ninth playing shortstop is Nick Allen. Again for the Braves, it's Acuna, Olson, and Ozuna, Riley, Baldwin, and Albies, Verdugo, Harris, and Allen. Those are your starting lineups. Let's get ready for first pitch. You'll have it when we come back on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Ben Ingram here. We're all tied and looking for some late-inning magic. Tundra is up to bat. Swung on. There's a deep drive to left, way back, and gone. This team is on fire, and so is my exclusive Toyota Tundra deal for our listeners. But the only place you're going to hear about it is here, and the only place you're going to find it is at beavertoyotacoming.com/Ben Ingram. beavertoyotacoming.com/Ben Ingram, and save on your new Toyota Tundra. The Toyota Tundra from Beaver Toyota of Cumming is the official truck of baseball.
The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. It's the perfect balance of peppers, vinegar, and the salty tears.
Well, when we moved downtown San Diego from Qualcomm to Petco Ballpark, new uniforms were on the way, and this is the Padre home white. This jersey is from 2007, which was a career year for myself, winning a Cy Young. There's some different memories that stand out. One in this uniform against the Braves, where I struck out a Padre record 16, wearing this jersey, trying to make the Padre and the Friar faithful proud.
The name of the business is Legacy Catering. We all were talking about how Mom taught us all how to cook. She was a cook at the public school system for ages. So we all started to cook with her, so we decided, to do the business, so we went to figure out what we're going to call it. So we said, let's cook in honor of, our mother. So that's when Legacy came in. And just remember that Legacy Catering is about people, and this is what barbecuing is all about, and this is why we love it.
Meet for the 7th time this year. First 6 games, they are 3-3 against one another. The Braves and Phillies are very similar in their record against the East. In their own division, the Braves are 13-11. The Phillies are 14-11. But if you want to look at the disparity in their records, the Phillies are 13 games over 500, and the Braves are 6 games under 500. You only need to look at their records against the National League West. The Phillies are 13-4 against the West. The Braves are 8-20.
Man, these seats.
And both ball clubs can have a problem scoring runs, as the Phillies just demonstrated in Houston. So as I am giving you that information, here comes the tarp. Grounds crew hustling to get home plate covered up. I don't think it's raining, is it, Ben, or is it sprinkling?
No, not yet. And we've been monitoring this forecast. And as we were coming back from break, the umpires were together with Braves grounds crew, head grounds crew keeper Ed Mangan, and they're having a lengthy conversation and just watching the body language. The decision was made. Ed jumped on the walkie-talkie. Next thing you know, tarp was coming out. But looking at the sky, I mean, everything that's to our left, down the left field line, it is really dark and gray, and that's where the storm's coming from. Down the right field line, looking clear. So it looks like we're kind of right on the edge of it.
It does, and what we see on the radar looks like, just as you said, it looks like toward downtown Marietta, toward the square is maybe where that is coming from the north of us. And we'll wait to see if it's going to be hard hit or if it's just a precautionary measure to get the tarp down. At any rate, it's going to be Bryce Elder for the Braves against Mick Abel of the Phillies. And we'll see if we're able to get this thing going. It's obvious it's not going to start on time.
Well, and this will give fans a little bit more time to cash in on the baseball action with Prize Picks, the official daily fantasy sports partner of the Atlanta Braves. Download Prize Picks, use code BRAVES, and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
And the unfortunate part for both teams is that their pitchers had just warmed up and were ready to go. So that's going to be something that aggravates not only the pitchers, but the managers. So the tarp is on the field, and that means we're going to have the Serve Pro rain delay show. And after a timeout, Barrett and Chris will take your phone calls at 404-231-1680, 888-848-1680. They'll take your calls, and we will have those gentlemen, Barrett and Chris, ready for you to call in right after this timeout on the Atlanta Braves Radio Network.
When life throws you a curveball, whether it's water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you need a winning team. You need ServPro. ServPro's licensed, certified, and highly trained team of experts are here to help, offering fast, reliable, professional restoration services 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As a proud partner of the Atlanta Braves and Braves Country, our teams are committed to performing at a championship level. When disaster strikes, call ServPro and make it like it never even happened.
There's a tidal wave of clean car happiness sweeping across Braves country. Tidal Wave Auto Spa is your go-to car wash destination for a game day ready ride. Experience Major League Clean at Tidal Wave, the official car wash of the Atlanta Braves. Stay clean car happy all season long with membership discounts, exclusive giveaways, and more. Visit TidalWaveAutospa.com/Braves for details.
My car is happy. I am happy. Tidal Wave Auto Spa.
signed a deal at therealist.com to actually go through his entire archives, present them, and auction them off. And to announce it, we did this limited edition 1994 The Lost Season card. Because, between August of 93 and May of 95, Tony Gwynn batted .406 in 162 games. So in the back, we have the stats of what could have been.
Frozen screen in the middle of a big game. Don't take slow for an answer these days. Switch to Optimum Fiber, the fastest, most reliable fiber internet in the tri-state. Switch now and get a 5-year price lock and a $400 prepaid card. Call 888-4-OPTIMUM or visit Optimum.com for all the details. Terms do apply.
And the new pitcher will be lefty Sean Newcomb. ERA 19 games, one or more runs allowed in 8 of his last 11. 22 walks, 52 strikeouts.
This pitch to Paul Goldschmidt in there for a strike. We were just visited by the great Mickey Morabito. Longtime Yankee and longtime athletic PR guy, traveling secretary, just one of the all-time great baseball people we know.
He was here in the 70s, and when Billy went out to Oakland, he took Mickey with him. And he's been there since that. He's a traveling secretary, has been forever out there.
1-1. Here's a pitch driven to right field. It's a broken bat, fly ball to Butler. Takes care of it for out number 1. I go back to with Mickey Morabito when he was the sports information director here at Hunter College.
Yep.
And we're talking 75, 76.
Then came here and was the PR director a long time. And when Billy, he was Billy's guy.
I remember that.
And then when Billy got let go and went to Oakland, Mickey went with him. Stayed there.
He's one of the legendary people behind the scenes in baseball, everybody. We love him. Ben Rice looks at the pitch outside on the corner for a strike.
Melinda's the best hot sauce in the game, now bringing a grand slam of heat and flavor to Yankee Stadium. Bold heat, real flavor. Set your mouth on flavor.
Next pitch to Rice in there for a strike. That was a 6. Rice got to go here. He's flied out to check that. He's popped out to short and walked. Newcomb, next pitch. Woof, that hit off the catcher, ricocheted all the way to the on-deck circle. Thank goodness for heavy equipment. Come out to Yankee Stadium tomorrow, Military Appreciation Day. Yankees take on these Athletics. First 18,000 guests and older, 21 and older, going to receive a Yankees camo shirt courtesy of Budweiser. Get tickets today at Yankees.com. For the foul right at home plate by Rice, so he's battling behind 0-2. Yankees with a 3-0 lead. And a pitch high, fly ball, deep right center field. On the track and making the catch. J.J. Bleday, the wind knocked it down.
Boy, didn't that sound like that was going? I mean, it had that sound to it, and I looked up, and then I saw Bleday put his hand up.
Oh,
and the wind just knocked that. The wind is coming in from the flags in the right field stanchions are coming in right toward us.
That
so,
jumped.
Yeah, you get it too high, and it's going to get up in that wind and come back.
Here is Volpe. And who looks at first pitch strike? Volpe's scored once. He's walked twice and scored once. Newcomb, big left-hander. And pitch down low, 1-1.
Couple of walks for Volpe tonight. Ian Hamilton and Fernando Cruz are up in the pen.
Next pitch to Volpe. Down low, 2-1.
Tomorrow, 1 o'clock at 1:05 start, 1:35 start on Sunday. Then Yankees
pitch outside, 2-2.
Head out again to Toronto. Tuesday is a 3 o'clock, 3:07 start of game. That's because it's Canada Day, July 1st up there. And we come home late Thursday night and July 4th at Citi Field.
Bouncing ball hit to the second baseman, two-hopper. Easy play for Schumann. Throws the first in time, and the Yankees quiet in the 6th. Nice job by Newcomb. We go to the 7th. Yankees have a 3-0 lead over the Athletics in the series opener here at WFAN Yankees Radio, driven by Jeep.
Long run for the second baseman.
Your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Bright and tangy pineapple flavors meet a tart lemon kiss. A unique sip of sunshine made for hot days, filled with relentless refreshment. Blockhouse Poolside Pineapple Lemon Shandy. Brewed by Pittsburgh Brewing Makers of Iron City and IC Light. Let's dive in.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Well, we are still in the bottom of the 6th inning. Leave it up to Kevin Roach again. He found a way to win a challenge. Didn't think that Alonso had come off the bag, but there was an angle that showed that, and so the Pirates win a challenge. Bart is safe at first base. Gonzalez at second. Tidwell has to come back out to the mound, and he'll deliver a strike to keep Brian Hayes, who's been on base all 3 times tonight. It's 8-1 Pirates, still batting here in the bottom of the 6th.
Never thought about that. That's got to be the worst feeling for the pitcher. He's in the dugout.
0-1. Hayes cracks it on a line foul up the right side. 2 strikes.
Now he's got to go back out there and warm up again.
I mean, you breathe a sigh of relief, don't you, when you end an inning?
Yeah.
And then you got to wait. What? Back into it.
I did that one time. I ran the dugout. There was only 2 outs.
2 on and 2 out here. And 0-2 to Hayes. A little bit up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Our call and review was brought to you by Ring Central. Every moment matters.
I brought the whole infield. Everybody came. The whole team was in the dugout. I got them all to come.
Here's the 1-2. Check swing. Did he go? No on the appeal. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And it was against the Cubs. About 6 Cubs ran on the field. Inning was over then.
Started playing the organ.
TV went to the break. Everything was over. And then somebody said something. The umpires got together and started having a meeting.
Here's a 2-2. Hayes taps it on toward third. Beatty fields on the run. Throws Hayes out. And we will stay here because I erroneously already took the break.
That's all right.
But that just tells you that the Pirates get the 3 runs.
If we don't score here, I might have to switch sports. Panicking won't turn a pop-up into a home run. Just like stressing about tickets won't get us better seats.
What about the unhinged prices? They're ridiculous fees.
That's why I use Game Time. On Game Time, prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, even up to 60% off. And with the Game Time guarantee, I know our tickets are legit.
Yes! I did not want to have to get into pickleball.
What time is it?
It's Game Time.
Isaac Mattson stranded the 2 inherited runners in the 6th and will come out to start the 7th inning. Mitch Keller went 5 1/3, 5 hits, a run. It was earned on the Soto home run, a walk, and 4 strikeouts, and he's in line for the victory tonight. Pitched very well.
Yes, he did. Pitch count kind of got him there a little earlier than he would have liked, but that first inning he threw, it was a 4 hitters, and he threw about 30 pitches, real close to it if he didn't throw 30. And that got him a little off kilter. You know, anything like that can cost you an inning at the end of your outing, and that's kind of what happened.
First pitch swinging, Beatty skies it into right center. And Reynolds
can't see it.
And reacting late, Canario, he couldn't find it in this twilight sky, and Beatty will end up at second base.
The Canario I think, had called it, and then he lost it. As he looked over at Reynolds, and you could see was like desperate for help. No, neither one of them saw it. Reynolds lost it all. They both put their palms to the sky. Neither one of them could find the ball.
Yeah, I think they saw it and lost it, and then it was too late.
You see it go up, and they both kind of looked at each other and looked back up the sky, and when they did that, they could not find it.
Yeah, they took their eyes off of it on twilight, and you see that sometimes.
Oh, yeah,
it's a 5-minute span every night.
In another 10 minutes, it'll be dark enough to where no problem.
So Beatty is on at second. It's going to be ruled a fielding error on Canario. And Mauricio, 1-1 strike on him with nobody out here in the 7th inning. 8-1, the Pirates are leading. The pitch, swinging a bouncer foul up first base. 1-2 strikes on the switch hitter. And those are really tough. It's just nothing you can do about it.
No, it's
not like
you see that once or twice a year. Certain conditions, the sky right now gets kind of gray, and when that ball goes up, it's not real white as this ball's fouled straight back to the screen. It's kind of a gray-looking spear up there, and then it just matches the sky, and until you find movement, you're not going to see it again.
1-2 on Mauricio, base hit his last time. Man at second, nobody out. Mattson of the Pirates delivers. Down low, 2-2 strikes.
One of the places where it's really tough is Wrigley because there's no lights in the outfield. So you're looking at the dark side of the moon when the baseball goes up. There's no lights beyond the outfield. They're all from the foul pole's end.
2-2, swing and a miss. He chased a fastball shoulder high, 1 out. Now Genesis Cabrera, new Pirate, a left-hander getting up in the bullpen.
I saw a super slow-mo from the side. He swung that bat 6 inches under that baseball. Wasn't close.
It was late to boot. There's a strike to Sanger, who's 0 for 2. Man at second, 1 out. Beatty is on. After that ball lost in the twilight. 8-1. Pirates are leading in the 7th inning. Mattson on in relief of Keller. The pitch, swinging a foul tip. 96. He let him have it. 2 strikes. Sanger in the big league game number 15. No RBIs. Come right after him with a big lead. Here's 0-2. Left it up that time. 1-2.
He might have been trying to throw that. That's the same spot that he just got a strike 3 on, but that high is very rare to get a chase, even though it just happened.
Now 1-2 on the number 9 hitter. Beatty at second, 1 out. And the pitch, swinging a foul back. Up and away fastball.
I saw somebody hit that ball out of the ballpark this year. Was it Crow Armstrong? Hit one that was like bill of the cap high out of the park. I think it was Crow Armstrong.
It was Colt Keith.
Okay.
Of the Tigers. Oh, Crow Armstrong hit one too. You're right. Colt Keith, that one's fouled. Crow Armstrong hit one very high. You're right.
Yeah.
And the reason I said Colt Keith is because there was one even higher than that he hit off Mattson in Detroit, which is crazy that there could be one higher than that.
Yeah.
It was 4 inches higher than the one that Crow Armstrong hit.
Yeah, most of the time you get a swing up there, at best it's a foul ball. And most of the time they're going to miss it. A rare occasion.
1-2 on Sanger. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Mattson. He's fanned 3 Mets. 2 outs. And back to the top for Lindor.
Another high fastball, I believe. That wasn't as high as some of those other ones, but it was at least at the letters.
And Donnie Kelly is out, and that is going to be it for Matson with Lindor. Coming up, new pitcher coming on for the Pirates. This pitching change brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Visit your neighborhood Valvoline for a stay-in-your-car oil change done in about 15 minutes.
Hank Greenberg helped popularize the first baseman's mitt, holding a massive 13-inch pocketed glove. That was quickly banned, reducing the maximum size to 12 inches. Paul Richards also developed a black hole-sized catcher's mitt. This ginormous thing, measuring 42 inches in circumference, was known as Big Bertha, or the elephant, for its massive size. It was swiftly outlawed as well.
But the Pirates got him after the Cubs let him go. He's also pitched for the Blue Jays and the Cardinals.
15 games this year and 17 innings of work. ERA is up there, but just 17 innings. Move around quite a bit.
He's been good against lefties this year, and that's usually why teams want left-handed pitchers.
And we started with a bunch of them, but then ran out. So either refill.
It was just Ferguson down there. Baraki on the IL. Wentz was designated, claimed by the Twins. Up high, ball one to Lindor, a switch hitter, so we'll just turn around here. A little bit lesser from the right side. Here in an 8-1 game with a man at second and 2 outs. Pirates leading here in the 7th. Cabrera comes home. Swing and a fly ball weakly hit back of second. Gonzalez ranging into right field. He'll make the catch and the inning ends. Leadoff man left on, and it's time to stretch at PNC Park with the Pirates leading 8-1 on the.
So the reason I got to Cooperstown is because I played with Cal and I played with Eddie and I played with some of the greatest players ever. And, you know, I just had to figure out how I did my job, and I was honored to have some of the best players that ever played put on uniforms, and they happen to be Oriole uniforms. If there's ever any doubt that I'm 78, all I got to do is look at my old cards and I know. We go to the bottom of the 7th, and the Pirates
owning an 8-1 lead. Some changes for the Mets as they start to call off the dogs now. They feel like they're going to bring some of their regulars out. I think Lindor is out of this game. Mauricio will move over to shortstop. McNeil comes in from center field to play second base. That's down low to Triolo. 2 balls and no strikes on him now. Here's the 2-0, and it rides inside. 3 balls and no strikes. What'd you say, Jankowski?
Yeah, I think that's him in right field.
We'll go with it. Soto is out. That makes sense to get Lindor and Soto out. Here's a 3-0, and now a strike. And then center field, I think that's Tyrone Taylor. That's what we'll go with.
Let it roll.
Yeah, 3-2, and if you know otherwise, you can write us a letter.
Yeah.
PNC Park, 115 Federal Street. Lined foul off to the right. Still 3-2 on Triolo.
I think you pretty much covered it. I've looked at every spot out there. That's it.
Here's a 3-2, swinging and bouncer back to the mound. And Blade cuts it off and throws it on to first. 1 out. Here is Canario. 29,055 here tonight. Here's the pitch, and Canario late on that inside fastball, strike 1. And an RBI double back in the second. Hit it the other way, 1 for 3 night. Here's an 0-1. Swing, fly ball, left field, fairly deep. Nimmo toward the corner, and it'll bound over him and hop over the wall for a double. Canario is still running. He's looking for the ball, and he couldn't find it.
Yeah, he's got a double-double tonight.
That's right. So he's on at second here with 1 out with his second extra base hit tonight.
He's got that pop in that bat. See how it develops as he continues to get experience up here. But you could see him getting a lot of extra base hits, some home runs.
There's a strike to Kiner Falefa, who singled twice tonight. Well, he's in center tonight. Cruz didn't start against the left-handed David Peterson. Not to say that that would happen all the time. A swing and a bouncer on towards short, and Mauricio will throw it on to first for the second out. Canario to third, but anytime you hit, gets the manager to consider putting you in the lineup somewhere. And if you hit enough, he'll find a way to keep you in the lineup.
Yep.
Pham 0 for 3 with a walk. Run scored, RBI. 8-1 Pirates. Pitch there for a strike. We're in the 7th. Here's the set and an 0-1. Swing and a liner up the middle, base hit. Right past Bill Miller, the umpire. And an RBI single for Tommy Pham. Pirates are up 9-1. What a night.
Pham is staying hot.
Every Pirate with a hit except for Nick Gonzalez, who has walked twice tonight. 11 hits in all, up 9-1. And the pitch is fouled away, and a strike to Andrew McCutcheon, 1 for 4 tonight.
Sounds like we've got some fireworks in the distance somewhere, maybe down by the point.
that time of year.
Yeah.
Late June.
Well, we've had fireworks here tonight.
Yeah, Brian
9
Reynolds.
runs on 11 hits.
Reynolds with that big 3-run home run. He's waiting on deck for another chance. He's already had a couple of extra base hits tonight.
We need one more run before we call off the dogs.
Here's a 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Be fitting if we win this one 10-1.
Stitch in time saves 9. We're just trying to use all these phrases that we don't really know what they mean. Swing and a ball topped foul off to the left.
Well, I kind of get that one, I think. I understand that.
I just saw the number 9 up there. I'm trying to come up with something.
Oh, no. Well, I was thinking about a long-awaited win for Keller, who was 1-10.
Oh, right.
We win this one 10-1. Turn it around. This is going to turn around his year.
I like that. 1-2 on Kutch. Pham at first. The pitch swung on, grounded through the left side. Another base hit for McCutcheon. 2 for 5 tonight. Nice to see a Pirate get a 5th at bat, and it's in the 7th. Now Reynolds batting for a 3rd straight inning. He doubled in the 5th and hit a 3-run home run in the 6th. Batting with 2 on and 2 out, a run in, 9-1 Pirates. The pitch, swing and a miss. Tidwell with 98 at the belt, strike 1. Tidwell came on to get the final hitter in the 5th. Called up from the minor leagues today. Here's an 0-1 outside, and it's a ball and a strike. 9 runs on 12 hits for the Pirates, a run on 5 hits for New York. Here's a 1-1 swing and a miss. That time a cutter from Blade Tidwell. 1-2. Well, if Reynolds could get another double, triple, or homer, he'd be the first Pirate since Brian Reynolds to have 3 extra base hits in a game. That was on May 13th of last year. Here's a 1-2. Skips up there now, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Thanks to James Costanz with Stats Perform, our statistician tonight for that.
Close to sitting on 2 home runs right now. If that one would have been a little higher, that would have been something to hit 3 home runs if he could do it. Hasn't he done that before?
Good quiz. 2-2 grounded softly onto first base. Alonso will feed Tidwell for the final out.
Another in between innings talk.
Pirates get a run on 3 hits, strand 2 through 7 up.
If we don't score here, I might have to switch sports. Panicking won't turn a pop-up into a home run. Just like stressing about tickets won't get us better seats.
What about the unhinged prices? They're ridiculous fees.
That's why I use Game Time. On Game Time, prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, even up to 60% off. And with the Game Time guarantee, I know our tickets are legit.
Yes! I did not want to have to get into pickleball.
What time is it?
It's Game Time.
So the reason I got to Cooperstown is because I played with Cal and I played with Eddie and I played with some of the greatest players ever. And, you know, I just had to figure out how I did my job, and I was honored to have some of the best players that ever played put on uniforms, and they happen to be Oriole uniforms. If there's ever any doubt that I'm 78, all I got to do is look at my old cards and I know.
National Association, member FDIC.
Let's go to the 8th inning. All Pirates tonight. They're up 9-1. And Brandon Nimmo will lead it off for New York. It'll be Taylor next. And then Pete Alonso against Genesis Cabrera, left-hander making his Pirates debut. Got the final out in the 7th inning. Madsen went an inning in the 3rd. Scoreless, hitless baseball. Here's the pitch from the lefty. In tight. Ball one near the thighs of Nimmo. They've now changed that to a double on Beatty, which is the more common ruling. So Madsen did allow a hit, as it were. Here's the pitch. And it's a little low, 2-0.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where it should have been caught, but very seldom do you see a ball that's like lost, fall in untouched, and have it go as an error.
Here's a 2-0 and a strike, 2-1. And everybody recognizes why the ball was not caught.
Right.
The pitch and a swing and a foul back.
Kind of like a bad hop single for an outfielder.
Yeah.
You know, so
you got to think of ordinary effort when things like that take place.
now, if they lose one right now, I kind of raise an eyebrow.
Here's a 2-2, and it came in near the hands of Nimmo.
Well, he's come in on him a couple of times.
And he did not swing, so he's ruled a hit by pitch. And Nimmo looks like near the wrist.
You always hate to see the back of the hand get hit, if that's what it was. A lot of little bones that get a crack in them. A lot of guys wear the big pads on the top of their gloves now, their batting gloves.
Let's see. I got him right in that.
Oh, yeah, the little knob on the side of your wrist.
Yeah.
That's the knob bone.
Right on the left hand of Nimmo, and then skimmed the back of his hand as well.
He does have a guard on his lead hand where you normally would get hit.
And I believe that was the hand that kept him out a lot of the 21 season.
Yeah, he's got a guard on that.
And they're feeling in the hand to see if there's.
I think Jeff Bagwell was the first guy I saw wear one of those. He had like must have been a 2-inch thick piece of square foam rubber that they had somehow attached to his batting glove. Because he had been knocked out, I think, twice because of that.
Well, now I'll put on the oven mitt, which you could not wear probably while you're batting. You couldn't grip the bat very well.
Nah, it would protect your hand, though. Wouldn't get burnt.
We actually need an oven mitt at our house. We misplaced it, yeah.
See if you can get like a nice pirate oven mitt. That would be cool.
I think I need to go down to the clubhouse and find out.
See if somebody can hook you up.
So Tyrone Taylor's going to bat for the first time tonight as they pulled Soto and Lindor from the game. 9-1 Pirates. Ball squirts past Bart. No advance by Nimmo in this one-sided game. It is ball one to Tyrone Taylor, longtime Brewer.
Yeah, well, it was a 1 or 2 run game. He would have probably tried to move up on that one. 9-1. Last thing you need to do is take a chance on the base paths.
Here's a 1-0. Taylor wraps it well foul. And an inside cutter from Cabrera of the Pirates. 1 ball, 1 strike to Tyrone Taylor in his second year with the Mets. Nimmo hit by a pitch, stays in the game. He's hit first with nobody out here in the 8th inning. Here's a 1-1 from the lefty. High and away, missing way outside. Now 2-1.
That was a splitter that just slipped out from between his fingers.
9-1 is the score. Pirates are leading, and Dennis Santana is getting up in the Pirates bullpen.
Has he pitched recently? Let's take a
the
look here.
Pirates last game. I had off day yesterday. Popped up second base, and Gonzalez is there for the first out. Taylor is gone. Pete Alonso has played all but 2 innings this year. He's still in there. He had a base hit his last time. The first and only time he's ever gotten a hit off Keller on a bat hop ground ball past the shortstop Kiner Falefa, who looked like he would have had a force out at second. It took a true hop on him. Here's the pitch. And a strike to Alonso. He's grounded to 12 double plays. Too shy of Juan Soto's National League lead. Here's an 0-1. And it's a little low. 1 ball and 1 strike on the split finger pitch. Alonso against Cabrera 0 for 3 lifetime. Here's the pitch. And it's inside, 2-1. Nine to 1, the Pirates lead. We're in the top of the 8th. Here's the set and the pitch. Swing and a liner, foul. Right past the tarpon. Banging around out in that corner near the cutout and left. Two and 2. And Cabrera ready. Here it is. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow right field. Reynolds will come on in and make the catch for the second out in the Mets' 8th.
Saw it all the way.
Terrific contrast with the night sky.
No problem now, that's for sure.
Now McNeil. Flied out 3 times. Left on left against Cabrera of the Pirates. Then pitch home. And there for a strike on a curveball. And an 0-1. And it's a little low. The lefties hitting 172 against Cabrera this year in his time with the Mets and Cubs. Pirates faced him when he was a Met. They faced him when he was a Cub. That was just a little over a week ago.
Must have liked what they saw.
Swinging a foul back, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Got a good arm, that's for sure.
Yeah, a lot of years with the Cardinals, if that name's familiar. And even if it's not, he still played for the Cardinals. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. Pirates looking to add to a 9-1 lead right here on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
Gosh, we've gone to Sea Dogs games since we were kids.
I've been coming to see the Sea Dogs for the last 30 years. Great experience.
Everybody here is just bends over backwards to help people out and wish the world was like it is right here at the ballpark.
We've always wanted to be more than just a baseball team. We want to be strong, active, contributing members of the community. And I think that effort is seen by the people and the fans, and they want to support that effort.
The name of the business is Legacy Catering. We all were talking about how Mom taught us all how to cook. She was a cook at the public school system for ages. So we all started to cook with her, so we decided, to do the business, so we went to figure out what we're going to call it. So we said, let's cook in honor of our mother. So that's when Legacy came in. And just remember that Legacy Catering is about people, and this is what barbecuing is all about, and this is why we love it.
the bottom of the 8th. Pirates are up 9-1. Let's pause 10 for an idea. The Pirates Radio Network. Nick Gonzalez leads it off, swings through the first pitch from Blade Tidwell, and it's strike one. Gonzalez, the only Pirate without a hit tonight, but he's drawn a couple of walks. Lined out and bounced out. He swings and lines one to center. And that's right to Taylor, one out. And one thing that you pointed out earlier is that the Pirates have really hit the ball hard tonight.
Yes, but that especially that first inning where they're not the first inning, but where the first inning they scored in, where they put in the 4 spot. I mean, they were just scalding some balls in that inning, one right after another. Everybody, and there's the ball. That set the tone for this game.
They averaged the balls in playoff Peterson tonight. They averaged 98.2 on the average exit velocity.
That'll get you a lot of hits.
One out for Bart, and it's inside ball one. He cued a ball in the direction of second, where the second baseman typically stands.
That's probably the slowest ball hit tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, went for a hit.
Ended up getting overturned on replay. It was 53 miles an hour. There's a strike. They're ruling that a throwing error, as I just find out on that. I would not have guessed that. That's outside. And it's 2-1. I wouldn't even have considered that. So my apologies. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. So Bart is hitless tonight as well, I suppose.
Got to be accurate.
Yeah. Thanks to the scoreboard. It says they reached on error. I said, wait, when was that? All right. Here's a 2-2 in tight. 3-2 on a two-seamer coming in on him. All right. Now we got the scorecard right. Full count. Here it is. Swinging a roller onto third. And Beatty tosses across. Throws a sinker himself. 2 outs. Now cue Brian Hayes, and he rocketed the ball off the right field wall for an RBI double in the 5th. Hard hit single to right in the 2nd inning. Is walked. Chase Sugart is warming for the Pirates now. He sat down Santana, was warming earlier. There's a strike. 9-1, the Pirates lead. 8th inning. Here's the 0-1. And it's up high for a strike. No, it's in there. A sweeper, 2 strikes. Mitch Keller in line for the win. By far the most runs the Pirates have scored in any of his starts this season. They hadn't scored more than 4. Swinging a foul back. Hadn't scored more than 2 since May 2nd.
Yeah, what this does is it puts up his average now.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
So
yeah.
now look at the average scoring you 3 runs a game. Well, there's like 2 of the games they scored me 9 runs.
Swing and a miss, and Hayes down on strikes. We'll go to the 9th, and it's the Pirates up 9-1 on the Pirates Radio Network, presented by Iron City and IC Light.
Welcome to
Ready to pitch at 7:15. Had to sit for an hour and 45 minutes, and now hot again. So you want
double. It's a team that's been struggling to find extra base hits, and they have one here. There's the 2-0 pitch. There's a called strike. Phillies offense has been pretty cold. They scored just 1 run, like you mentioned, by being swept by the Astros. 14 of their 15 hits in that series were singles. So to get a leadoff double was a sight for sore eyes for them. 2 balls and a strike on Schwarber. And a ball outside from Elder.
What makes you wonder, of course, after a rain delay of that length, it was that Bryce Elder had warmed up and was in the dugout ready to start the game when it was postponed.
3-1 pitch. And a ball low and outside.
So how was he affected by that? We're trying to see how it affected him here in the first inning. He's given up a double and a walk.
Well, everything has to be off, I'd imagine. You think about your normal routine and everything that you start before you take the mound, everything that you use to ramp up, and you get there and all of a sudden that's disrupted by the rain, a lengthy rain delay. Here's Alec Bohm. And that time he got a slider over for a called strike. So then restarting everything's got to be very foreign.
I'm watching Ronald Acuna in right field trying to find a dry spot where he can stand and get some footing.
0-1 to Bohm. Popped up towards foul ground into the seats down the first base line. Braves tonight, Friday night, wearing the Friday night red uniforms. Red tops, white pants, navy lettering, navy numerals, outlined in white. Braves across the chest on top of the navy tomahawk. Phillies in the traveling gray tops, gray pants, red lettering, red numerals outlined in white. Phillies across the chest in cursive. Runners at first and second, no one out on the 0-2 pitch on the way from Elder. Missed a little bit low and outside with a sinker. After Bohm, it'll be Castellanos. A little breeze out towards right field. Right-hander Elder comes set right of the belt, glance to second. 1-2 pitch, swung on, tipped it in the mid for strike 3. Needed that. That time got a sinker by the swinging bat of Alec Bohm. That is our Gas South bringing the heat strikeout. Just like Bryce Elder, Gas South is bringing the heat with no deposits, no hidden fees, and simple natural gas plans. This difference is good. One down for Nick Castellanos, batting .281 on the season. There's the pitch all the way from Elder. Now he steps off the back of the rubber, looking back Trey Turner. For Castellanos, it's been a pretty rough stretch of late. He's been pretty moody. And it was in the newspapers there in Philadelphia, some of the things that he had to say about his manager, Rob Thompson. Runners take off. There they go. Pitches a ball. No throw down. A double steal from Schwarber and Turner. And they're both in scoring position with one out.
Number 20 for Turner. Number 7 for Schwarber.
Double steal.
They almost took off too early. There was a brief moment I thought that Bryce Elder might step off and get the lead runner. Didn't happen. Instead, a 1-0 count for Castellanos. Offering on the way, fouled back into the screen, 1-1. A lot of that drama between Castellanos and Rob Thompson stemming from him being defensively substituted for late in games. Took offense to that, but he's in there tonight, batting cleanup. 1-1 as Elder looks into his target, Drake Baldwin. Elder kicks and fires. 1-1 fouled off into the seats to our right. For Elder, sinker, slider, fastball, change. That's what he'll display. And he's at his best when that sinker, slider on point. Those are his two best pitches. Making his 13th start of the season. Coming off a loss against the Marlins in his last go-round. 1-2 to Castellanos. Low and outside with a slider. Not a bad idea. More times than not, that pitch away can be his kryptonite, and that's where Elder was trying to go there.
But he has really hammered the Braves this year in those first 6 games. 11 for 25.
2-2 pitch. Right down the middle, a sinker. Castellanos goes down looking. Smack dab center fire and just locked him up.
Boy, what a good pitch.
Back-to-back strikeouts after a double and a walk, and here's Max Kepler. For Elder, this is the 3rd time he's seen the Phillies in his career. No record against them, a .338 ERA. Both of his previous appearances against them were in 2023. There's a ball outside of Kepler. And for Elder, just one win in his last 6 starts. He's posted a .450 ERA in that span. No score, top of the first. Elder trying to keep it that way. 1-0 pitch to Kepler. And he just missed with a changeup.
And that one win was really a good one that you saw Ben out in San Francisco. And as Brian Snitker said before the game, he had an awesome sinker that day. He hopes that he has it working tonight.
Tell you what's unique about that outing. We have made the comment that it might be the best outing he's ever had in the big leagues. There's the 2-0 pitch. And there's a ball low. And, of course, you keep in mind he had that game in Washington back in 2022 where he went the distance. And I think he was better in San Francisco that last go or 2 rounds ago than he was that day where he went the distance versus the Nationals a few years back.
Me too.
3-0 to Kepler. There's a called strike. That time got a slider over, 3-1. Also for Elder, you know he's on point when he's getting the ball on the ground. 88th percentile in ground ball percentage this season. That's when that sinker's really talking and doing what he wants it to do. 3-1 to Kepler. And a swing and a miss with a changeup. Good looking pitch. Now trying to come all the way back. Strike out Bohm, Castellanos, and Kepler.
Well, wouldn't that be sweet?
Kepler's average has been in a free fall. It's down to 209. And Elder trying to drop it even more here. Time called. Kepler backs out of there. Three and 2 on Kepler. Runners take their leads. Payoff pitch. Check swing on a changeup. They appeal. And Chris Conroy down at third base says that he did not go. So it's a 2-out walk. That'll load the bases for JT Realmuto. Well, Elder in a jam early. Kepler at first, Schwarber at second, Turner at third. And Elder goes to work. Boy, it looked like a good pitch.
Boy.
This with a sinker. 1 ball and no strikes according to Brennan Miller, our home plate umpire tonight. Realmuto batting .240 on the year. 1-0 pitch. There's a strike. Got the sinker over. Count even 1.
He probably just said to the umpire, well, it was the same pitch. In which case the umpire should say, well, I didn't miss them both.
Right on right matchup. 1-1 to Realmuto. There's a ball low and inside as he was firing that pitch. A gigantic lightning bolt stretched out across the sky and illuminated the sky over the ballpark. That was something. 2-1 for Realmuto. Pitch on the way. Check swing. Didn't go according to Jeremy Riak, the first base umpire. So now a 3-1 count for Elder here in the first inning. 26 pitches, 14 balls, a dozen strikes. And now it's got to be a good pitch. The 3-1. Up and in, ball 4. So he walks Realmuto. That brings in Turner, and it's 1-0 Phillies. So here comes Rick Kranitz, Braves pitching coach. We were telling you about that series for the Phillies that they're coming out of. They were down in Houston. Were swept in that series. They gave up just 5 runs in that 3-game series and lost all 3 games. Hard to win when you score just 1 run. But in the first inning of this series, they've scored as many runs as they did that entire last series.
Yeah, they went 26 innings at one point without scoring. Boy, that was a quick visit by Rick Kranitz.
Bat in the hands of Bryson Stott, left-handed batter. Elder back to work. And he'll miss low and outside with a slider. That RBI for Realmuto is 28th of the season. And now time called as Phillies bat boy had to trot out there and grab something from first base coach Paco Figueroa. Now the the Phillies bat boy goes to the Braves dugout instead of running all the way back across the field. All right, they got that figured out now. Ball and no strikes on Stott. Offering on the way from Elder. And that time drops a slider in for a strike to even the count at 1. 1-0 Phillies here in the top of the first. Stott, the 7th Philly to the plate here in the first inning. Elder's 1-1. Missed low and outside with a slider.
It's like he's trying to miss bats, Ben. He's trying real hard not to make a mistake with all these runners on, and you understand that. But at some point, you got to throw it over.
2-1 pitch and a ground ball to second base. Backhanded by Ozzie. Flips to Allen, and they get the force out of the incoming JT Realmuto. Well, that ends the top of the first inning, but the Phillies send 7 men to the plate. They pick up a run, and they do so in a couple.
If we don't score here, I might have to switch sports. Panicking won't turn a pop-up into a home run. Just like stressing about tickets won't get us better seats.
What about the unhinged prices? They're ridiculous fees.
That's why I use Game Time. On Game Time, prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, even up to 60% off. And with the Game Time guarantee, I know our tickets are legit.
Yes! I did not want to have to get into pickleball.
What time is it?
It's game time.
If you were to find a jersey or if you swap a jersey with one of the players on the National League, who would it be? Who would you pick?
Okay, so I got an Otani jersey last year, so
nice.
I'm gonna probably say Harper.
Maybe Judge. He's one of the greatest to play the game in the last 5, 6, 7 years, so it'd be cool to have his jersey. Ellie's been fun to watch. Yeah. Ellie'd be a cool one. I mean, his jersey would probably be too big for me. It'd probably go down to my knees.
Partner of your Atlanta Braves, Omni Hotel at the Battery Atlanta is more than just a stay. We're your clubhouse where everyone knows your name. Book your stay at omnihotels.com/Battery Atlanta.
Hey Braves fans, this is John Michaels reminding you that Jeff Francoeur joins Finn, home team, and me in the locker room every Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. on your radio home of the Braves, 680 The Fan.
Phillies will not go with their originally scheduled starter Mick Abel. Instead, it'll be left-hander Tanner Banks we'll tell you about.
Ronald Acuna, the batter. 1-0 Phillies into the bottom of the first inning. And Acuna takes a ball inside. I don't think that hit Ronald's bat. I heard it hit something. I believe that was just the gear of Realmuto. Yeah, it did catch the barrel. Yep.
Yeah.
Should be an 0-1 count.
Banks is 2-0, a 3.71 ERA in 33 games, all in relief.
It just clicked the barrel of Acuna's bat and went directly into the left leg of JT Realmuto. 0-1 pitch, then missed up and in. It's Acuna, Olsen, and Ozuna for the Braves here in the bottom of the first inning. Give you the leather for Philadelphia after the 1-1 pitch. Left-hander Banks, 6'1", 205 pounds, brings the 1-1. That time able to get a sweeper over. Phillies tonight have Otto Kemp at first base. Bryson Stott, the second baseman. Trey Turner is at short. Alec Boehm is at third base. Max Kepler in left. Brandon Marsh in center. Nick Castellanos in right. 1-2 pitch. An Acuna check swing. An appeal. Didn't go, says Jeremy Riak. And a 2-2 count. JT Realmuto, the catcher, and Tanner Banks on the mound. Banks out of Riverton, Utah. 33 years old. 2-2 pitch misses high. These Braves hitters will see a slider, a sweeper, fastball, and a sinker from this left-hander Banks. 3-2 pitch and a ball punched on the ground out to short. Trey Turner has it. And he'll fling it over to first base for the out. So one down here in the bottom of the first inning. Braves trailing 1-0. As far as Banks goes, he's been in the big leagues for 4 years. He has been a starter a handful of times. In fact, this would be his 6th start in the big leagues. Altogether, 164 appearances, so he's pretty much been a reliever his entire career. Made a few starts with the White Sox in 23 and 24. There's a ball low and outside to Matt Olson. And the last time he was used was on the 21st of June against the Mets. 1/3 of an inning, so he should be pretty fresh. 1-0 pitch, fouled back by Olson.
And his longest outing of the year is 2 innings. I think he's done that twice.
1-0 Phillies, bottom of the first inning. Left-on-left matchup, and the pitch on the way to Olsen. And there's a called strike. Well, anytime you have rain come in and you have a rain delay before the game, the biggest challenge for any manager is making sure that he's able to shut down his starter, keep him from throwing, and push back him getting ready for the game that night. There's the 1-2 pitch, and Olsen swings and misses at a fastball for strike 3. And to finish that thought, if the starters don't get up and go to the bullpen to get ready for first pitch, well, you're really not harmed by it. Everything that you had planned before the game, you can still line up and take place an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, whatever the length of the delay may be. But in this case, for tonight's game, both Abel and Elder had started to warm up for the game. And that really throws managers off course for planning to map out a game. There's a called strike on Ozuna. And the Braves able to stick with Elder as he started this game. The Phillies, on the other hand, they're not able to go to Abel, at least not to start this game. There's a line drive into center. Base hit for Marcell Ozuna. 2-out single for Marcell keeps the inning alive. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. But that really starts a domino effect, doesn't it?
Oh, it most certainly does. If the Braves can somehow put a few guys on base and get this guy in trouble, I mean, it becomes a carousel for their bullpen to try to cover enough innings.
It can be a challenge enough to cover innings on a normal night without any rain. Austin Riley takes a called strike.
He went 2 innings on April 14th. That was a long time ago. An inning and 2/3 on April 30th, and then an inning and 2/3 on June 20th.
0-1 pitch. That'll be fouled off into the seats.
So he has been used primarily, it appears, as a short reliever, probably just to get left-handers out in tough spots. By the way, it's still raining.
Two to Riley. Broken back ground ball out to second. Up with it now, Bryson Stott throws to first base for the out. Well, the ball went to Stott at second, and the barrel had Tanner Banks jumping over it. But they get the out. The Braves are turned away. We head to the top of the second inning, 1-0 Phillies. Thank you so much for staying up with us tonight. Had a 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay before the first pitch of this game. Not only the first game of this series, Braves and Phillies, but the first game in a 9-game homestand. It's a big one for the Braves, and they find themselves trailing 1-0. It'll be Kemp, Marsh, and Turner coming up for the Phillies here in the top of the second inning. Alongside Joe Simpson, Ben Ingram here with you. Pitch on the way to Otto Kemp. And he'll take a ball low from Bryce Elder. For Kemp, a .241 hitter. And with the injury to Bryce Harper, it's opened up some opportunities at first base for some other players like Kemp. That'll be swung on and missed, 1-1. They're expecting Harper back pretty soon. He's been down with a sore wrist. 1-1 on Otto Kemp, and the pitch on the way. A little bit low and outside, I guess, with a slider.
This guy was leading the International League in homers and RBIs when he was called up.
2-1 from Elder. Ground ball out to short. Scooping it up now is Nick Allen. Sends it over. Kemp was hustling, but that's in time with the out, one down. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Braves Radio Network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
Folks, only the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is bold enough to be the official hot sauce of the Atlanta Braves. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. There's a ball low and outside. It's the official hot sauce of our rain delays. You know, we had some in the back of the booth for all the snacks. Put some on a little bit of popcorn. shake it up in the box. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And Marsh takes a called strike. That's Louisiana hot. Buy you some.
I was dipping my popcorn. Loved it.
1-1 on Marsh, Georgia native. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Fouled back into the screen, 1-2.
Bennett, game time at 7:15. It was 87 degrees. At first pitch at 9:34, it was 74 degrees.
1-2, check swing into the dirt. Didn't go after the slider. And a 2-2 count.
13-degree difference.
I believe it with that storm. I mean, that storm was so fierce rolling in here. So much water. Left field looked like a lake. 2-2 pitch. And Marsh hits one in the air to left field. Coming in, Verdugo slides, and he's got it. Diving catch by Alex Verdugo out in left field. Terrific play. Probably got kind of soggy out there on that grass, but that's a great effort. And a catch so good will make it our Truist play of the game. Brought to you by Truist. When you work with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. Leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC. So 2 down, back to the top of the order to Trey Turner. Check swing and a foul ball straight back into the screen.
Apparently Brandon Marsh knew he was going to catch it because he carried his bat all the way to first base and then back to the dugout.
Save the bat boy a trip. 2 down for Turner, and Turner with a high fly ball to deep left. Verdugo going to go back. Verdugo still pursuing. He's out of room. Well, Turner just missed a homer in the first inning. He tags one out for a homer here in the second inning. And it is now 2-0 Phillies on the 10th homer of the season for Trey Turner. He has scored both of their runs. Well, over there in the third base dugout, they got to be feeling like this is a power surge after what they experienced in Houston.
The double appeared to be a fastball right down the middle. This was a hanging changeup, inner third of the plate, and he launched it.
Inning continues for Kyle Schwarber. And Schwarber takes a ball low. 2-0 Phillies. Schwarber takes a ball low and inside. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Phillies. Actually, it should be 3 hits. How many do you have? 2?
No, just 2.
Okay. I got time here. They're going to check out Bryce Elder and the mound. Elder doesn't, they're going to bring out some quick dry to put on the landing spot. Elder not happy with the integrity of the dirt down there, so they're going to bring it out and pack that. And it's a tough night. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It was pouring. We had a 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay. It's still raining now. And you'd imagine, Joe, there'll be multiple moments of the game just like this where the grounds crew is called out to try to see what they can do to make the conditions even better on the field.
That's all they can do at this point, Ben, especially with it continuing to rain. And certainly the first consideration for Brian Snitker is the health and safety of his pitcher. And if he is sliding or not having good footing at all, especially on his landing foot, they got to do their best to try to fix that.
They come out with a couple of bags of that drying agent and dump it right there at the landing spot for Elder and pack it all in.
They're going to spread some down at home plate in that area too.
Taiwan Walker now tossing in the Phillies bullpen. Not the first time that we've seen a game start late between these two this season. Remember, the Braves and the Phillies had a very lengthy rain delay earlier in the year. That was back in April. Marcelo Zuna blasted a game-winning base hit. And that game ended, about 1:15 in the morning, I think it was?
That's what I hear.
Let's see. Yeah, that was a walk-off homer by Marcelo Zuna for a game that ended at 12:53 in the morning. That was back on April 10th. That game went 11 innings after a 2-hour, 45-minute rain delay. So Ed Mangan and his grounds crew continue to work on the mound and working on the batter's circle as well. Well, just give you an idea of what we're expecting on the mound the rest of this series. Like we said, this is game 1, and we're expecting it to be Bryce Elder versus Mick Abel. Abel was not able to start in this game because of the rain delay. Elder has, so he's giving it all he's got. And it's turned into pretty much a bullpen game for the Phillies at this point. Tomorrow it'll be Spencer Schwellenbach and Jesus Luzardo. That'll be a 7:15 first pitch. And then Sunday, Spencer Strider and Ranger Suarez.
You know, the Mets beat the Braves the last 2 nights, played much better baseball, and their only 2 wins of the year against Atlanta. Both teams had to travel. The Braves came home, as you know, and the Mets went to Pittsburgh, both after a long night, late arrival in their respective cities. The Mets go to Pittsburgh and got beat 9-1.
I believe it.
There's something to be said for those late night arrivals.
Yeah, by the time everybody got home from that flight from New York, it was about 3:15 in the morning. And then the rain delay tonight. So now Kyle Schwarber will climb in. It's 2-0 Phillies. Are in the top of the second. There's the pitch on the way from Elder. And a first pitch strike with a slider. Two-1 to Schwarber. Low and inside. Miss with a slider. 3-1. Schwarber in between pitches, using his index finger to run along the bill of his helmet and knock some of that rain away that had been gathering on the helmet. 3-1 pitch. Miss low and outside with a sinker. 4th walk allowed by Bryce Elder. Second time that he's walked Schwarber. Elder has given up 2 base hits, both to Turner, who has scored both of their runs. So here's Alec Bohm, runner at first and 2 away. Elder deals and misses outside with a slider. Now he is really fighting it tonight. 48 pitches, 26 balls.
Through 31 in the first inning.
One-0 to Bohm. That'll be lobbed into shallow center. Out goes Ozzie. In comes Michael Harris. It lands between the 2 of them. Going first to third, Kyle Schwarber. And Alec Bohm able to dunk one into shallow center field for a single. So with 2 down, it's gone homer, walk, single. And they're at the corners now for Castellanos.
That snapped an 0 for 16 for Bohm, and he'll take it. They came into town. Kepler 0 for 13. JT Realmuto 0 for 11. Really some bad numbers from their series in Houston.
Castellanos 0 for 1 in the game. And he swings at the first pitch and drives one. Deep center field. Harris to the wall. That will disappear. That was crushed by Castellanos. First pitch he saw, and he blasted it off the barrel for his 9th homer of the year. It's a 3-run home run for the Phillies, and they have a 4-0 lead. Correction, a 5-0 lead.
Fastball right out over the plate. He loves the ball out over the plate to extend his arms. He continues to torment Atlanta pitching, and that went into the second level of the center field structure.
Max Kepler will take a called strike. High fives all the way around from one end of the dugout to the other for Castellanos. What a shot to straightaway center field that was. 5-0 Phillies. That'll be popped up down the left field line. Verdugo over to the line. Straddling the line makes the catch. And that is out number 3. But all that damage coming with 2 down. Homer, walk, single, homer. And as we enter the
Well, when we moved downtown San Diego from Qualcomm to Petco Ballpark, new uniforms were on the way, and this is the Padre home white. This jersey is from 2007, which was a career year for myself, winning a Cy Young. There's some different memories that stand out. One in this uniform against the Braves, where I struck out a Padre record 16, wearing this jersey, trying to make the Padre and the Friar faithful proud.
I want to send you to a Braves game. This is Brian Finneran reminding you that a pair of tickets are up for grabs during our 7 o'clock hour every weekday morning on 680 The Fan.
5-0 Phillies into the bottom of the second inning. Drake Baldwin will lead it off. He'll be followed by Ozzie Albies and Alex Verdugo in the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge inning. And if the Braves can steal a base here in the bottom of the second, our contestant Paul Miller will win $200 in free Marathon gas cards. Pitch on the way to Baldwin, and a called strike on the Braves backstop. You can enter the Toyota Stolen Base Challenge by visiting Braves.com/Stolen Base Challenge. 1-0 to Baldwin. Ball low and outside. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike as the Braves are trying to get back at the Phillies as they've jumped out to a 5-0 lead. 1-1 pitch, chopped out to third. That'll be gloved by Bohm. He'll send it over to first base and 1 down. One out for Ozzie Albies. Looking around the stadium as the rain continues to fall. It's not falling hard enough for folks to come out from under the overhangs. They've come out to a pretty good degree and trying to enjoy their Friday evening. But the weather and the score is making that pretty challenging right now. There's a called strike. Ozzie standing out there, staring down the left-hander Banks amongst the raindrops. 0-1 and a ball outside, 1-1.
Love to see Ozzie have a good start to this homestand.
Well, he needs it, doesn't he? 1-1 pitch, ground ball to second base. Shuffling to his right, Stott gloves it and throws over to first base to get his counterpart. 2 away in the bottom of the second inning.
I mean, he's not the only one in the lineup that could use a good homestand, but the Braves have played so well at home, and the fans have been so great, it would be reason enough to have somebody get hot, if not several guys. Braves 22-15 at home.
Alex Verdugo will take a sinker inside. Verdugo's already made 1 really nice defensive play tonight in left field. 1-0 pitch, swung on, fouled back, got a sinker up and in. Count even 1-1. If Verdugo can reach, then Michael Harris would come to the plate. But the Braves down 5-0. 1-1 pitch, a swing and a miss and a sweeper. Phillies blasted 2 homers in the top of the inning. There's the 1-2 pitch. Check swing. They appeal. Didn't go. Got a 3-run homer by Castellanos, who has just tormented the Braves in his career. How many home runs you say that is in his career?
That's his 10th career homer against the Braves.
2-2 to Verdugo. A little bit low and outside with a fastball.
His first this year, but let's not forget about the playoffs a couple of years ago and what damage he did.
3-2 pitch. Little floater into center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Right off the thumbs of Verdugo. Got it over the infield for a 2-out single. Keeps the inning alive for Michael Harris. Braves got a 2-out single in the first inning. Couldn't do anything with it. And now a 2-out single here in the second inning. Trying to do something with it. Michael Harris, who's batting .215 on the season, will climb in. Man, looking around at the fans down there, umbrellas and ponchos and whatever else they can get their hands on to stay dry down there. Michael Harris takes a ball inside.
Yeah, if you don't have a poncho, you're getting drenched.
There you are. One-0 from Banks and foul. It'll be a good night for one of two places. Number one, the Chop House. It's always a good night for the Chop House. Or up here in the third or fourth level, about where we are, under that big roof. Some dry fans right under our booth. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And there's a called strikeout Harris. Lefty Banks fires on a ball outside and could get Michael Harris to go after that sweeper away. Flags completely still out in right center. They needed a break after that storm that came through. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Sent foul into the second deck down the left field line. I mean, it looked like a hurricane rolling through here.
It did. And those flags may be so soaked and so heavy, there's no way they could flutter.
I mean, the rain accompanied by the thunder and the lightning. Had some really close lightning strikes over the course of that lengthy delay. 2-2 to Harris, and he chases and misses a fastball away for strike three. Second strikeout out of Tanner Banks. Braves get a 2-out single, nothing more. We'll go to the top of the third inning. 5-0 Phillies.
If we don't score here, I might have to switch sports.
Panicking won't turn a pop-up into a home run. Just like stressing about tickets won't get us better seats.
What about the unhinged prices? They're ridiculous fees.
That's why I use Game Time. On Game Time, prices actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch, even up to 60% off. And with the Game Time guarantee, I know our tickets are legit.
Yes! I did not want to have to get into pickleball.
What time is it?
It's Game Time.
What is something that you snack on that you don't worry about?
I love Uncrustables. I could eat like 10 of them in one sitting.
And no regard for his body? I don't even wait till I thaw out.
Hey, put them in a toaster next time. Just toast it, yep. It'll change your life.
Yeah, just an incredible play by Riley Green. You are an all-star on the field and off, bro.
I appreciate it.
Hey,
thank you.
Riley Green, bro, food genius.
Well, coming out of the rain delay, the Phillies' bats have exploded for 5 runs. They've belted a couple of homers as Turner and Castellanos have both hit home runs. And it's a 5-0 lead for the Phillies into the top of the third as JT Realmuto leads off versus Bryce Elder. First pitch here in the inning from Elder will be a ball low, miss with a sinker. Realmuto, Stott, and Kemp here in the top of the third inning for the Phillies. And it was Realmuto who had the bases loaded walk back in the first inning that helped him score a run. 1-0 pitch to him. And Elder misses outside with a slider. Well, for Elder, it's been a tough night to find the zone, tough conditions to pitch in. 2-0 pitch on the way. Chase and a miss with a slider. 2-1. And he'll fall behind and give up a poor location. That's been banged around a handful of times tonight. 4 hits for the Phillies. Here's the 2-1. That'll be hit hard into left field for a base hit. Realmuto tagged a slider out into left field. Leadoff single here in the third inning.
That snaps his 0 for 11. And right now, already down by 5. The best that Bryce can do is just try to save the bullpen an inning or two.
There's Bryson Stott. Hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice back in the first inning. And Elder starts him off with a slider for a strike. Elder could really use a good ground ball, try to turn two, but Stott a really tough one to double up. Left-handed hitter, good wheels, 242 average for Stott. Pitch from Elder. Hard hit ball into center. Around second, heading for third now, Real Muto. Single by Stott puts him at the corners. Philly hitters not fooled at all by Elder tonight. They've made a ton of contact.
Even when he is trying to hit a corner, Ben, it's up and where they can reach it. That was hit off the end of the bat some, but because even though it was located to the outside corner, he was able to reach it because of the elevated pitch.
Bat in the hands of Otto Kemp. And Kemp with a fly ball towards deep left center field. Verdugo and Harris back to the warning track. Harris is going to watch that go. It is a 3-run home run for Otto Kemp, his first. And the 25-year-old puts 3 more runs up on the board with his very first home run. And it's 8-0 in favor of Philadelphia.
Home run for Otto Kemp.
Their dugout really erupted. Another hanging slider.
Again, first career home run for Kemp.
Eight 8-0 Phillies as we're in the top of the third inning. Brandon Marsh swings and sends one foul. And that will land in the seats just back of the Phillies dugout. Well, a 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay. Wet, soggy, miserable evening here in Atlanta turns into one that Otto Kemp will never forget. His first big league homer. Oh, 1 to Marsh. There's a ball low and outside.
You know what I'm wishing for right now?
What's that?
Harder rain.
Yeah.
Much harder rain.
1-1 to Marsh. Yeah, there's a called strike.
Wash all this away and start again tomorrow.
Braves now have Michael Peterson throwing in the bullpen. We just saw him last night. There's a ball hit well out towards right center field, and that'll split the gap. And will one hop to the base of the right center field wall. Marsh into second base, and it's a double. So here in the third inning, the Phillies come out looking to punch holes in the walls. It's gone single, homer, double. We might be seeing Peterson sooner rather than later.
That's his first hit against the Braves this year. The Buford, Georgia native had been 0 for 12.
Trey Turner to the plate. He takes a ball outside.
Brandon Marsh had an 0 for 31 stretch. He also suffered a minor injury that he was sent to the minor leagues.
1-0 to Turner, low and outside.
You can call it a rehab if you want, but he was swinging so poorly that it gave him some time to do some work down in AAA. And then he came back and started swinging the bat better. In fact, since he came back from that stint in AAA, he's hit .320.
That's impressive work. Here's the 2-0 pitch. And a ground ball out to third. Backhanded by the line by Riley. Sends it over. Bounces the throw past Olsen into the Braves dugout. Marsh around third base. He will score on that play. Down to second base for Trey Turner. And it's 9-0 Phillies.
You know, at first when Austin got rid of that, and he got rid of it so quickly because it was Turner, I thought he was trying to throw a one-hopper over to Olsen. Instead, it carried over to a short hop.
He was deep in the hole at third, and then it bounced right on by Olsen. That'll be the final bullet fired by Bryce Elder. Braves make the Arrow Exterminators call to the bullpen. Make the right call. Protect your home and business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW or by visiting Arrow.
Bryce Elder. Peterson just called up 6'7", 195. He's 30 years old. He made an appearance in New York in that series against the Mets. Worked an inning, zeros across with a strikeout.
Yes, saw him last night to wrap up that game, and the Braves are defeated 4-0. And right back out there on the mound tonight. There's Kyle Schwarber. 9-0 Phillies in the top of the third inning. Here comes the pitch all the way from Peterson. Ball low and inside. Well, for Elder, 2 innings plus 4 batters. Correction, plus 5 batters here in the third. Allowing 9 runs on 8 hits. And ultimately given a mission tonight that was really difficult. There's a ball in the dirt, and that'll kick away from Drake Baldwin. Over to third base for Trey Turner. And he's over there with no one out. I mean, starting pitchers for certain are creatures of habit. And you think about a night going in for Bryce Elder, for any starting pitcher, you have your pregame routine. You go through that, and then you're ready for the first pitch of the game, and then the field is tarped. Rain comes in. Nothing anybody could do about it. And then goes back out there after a 2-hour, 20-minute rain delay. There's the 2-0 pitch on the way to Schwarber, and that'll be fouled back. And it's just a mission that is really difficult to accept and be successful in.
And we could see him in the dugout. He was visibly disgusted with the fact that he was ready to go and ready to take the field, and then they had to put the tarp on.
Infield in, 2-1 to Schwarber, and a called strike. Meanwhile, the Phillies abandoned their plans for their starter. They were going to send Mick Abel out there to the mound. And after the lengthy rain delay, they decided, all right, we're not going to send the rookie out there. We'll send a reliever. And that has been Tanner Banks, who's worked a couple of innings. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And Schwarber takes a ball low.
Well, and credit Thompson, the manager of the Phillies. He brought in a lefty. Braves had a more left-handed dominated lineup tonight that had already been exchanged, so that's official. And he brought in a lefty to kind of counteract the left-handed hitters, at least for a couple of innings, and it's worked.
Looking for the first out here in the top of the third inning. 3-2 pitch, crushed on the rise, deep right field, a 2-run bomb from Kyle Schwarber, his 25th of the year, and it is 11-0 Phillies. And it has been nothing but rain and pain for the Braves tonight.
Again, I'm pulling for a lot more rain rather quickly. Hurriedly. Slider that was launched. I'd say that the Phillies have found their swing after leaving Houston, scoring 1 run in 3 days.
That makes me wonder what in the world the pitchers in Houston were doing. Whew. That'll close the line on Elder as that run at second, and Turner, or third in this case, was charged to him. There's a fly ball to right from Alec Bohm. Ronald Acuna drifting in, slows under it, makes the catch. And there's the first out. Phillies scored once in the first, 4 times in the second, 6 times here in the third. And they have an 11-0 lead here in the third inning. Here's Nick Castellanos. Castellanos went deep with a 3-run homer in the second inning. Pitch from Peterson and a ball low and inside. Homer by Schwarber, 439 feet. Homer by Castellanos went 445. That was last inning for Castellanos. 1-0 pitch, low and inside.
Yeah, it got into the second level out there in the fountain area.
.2-0 from Peterson. That'll be fouled off. 2 balls and 1 strike on Castellanos. We gave you the number for the Phillies. It was only a matter of time before they busted out. But of their 15 hits in that series in Houston, 14 were singles. And they just couldn't collect an extra base hit to save their lives. There's the 2-1 pitch. That'll miss low and outside. In fact, before the game, we're visiting with some of the Phillies broadcasters, and we're chatting with Scott Fransky, who does radio for the Phillies, and he was saying, we hadn't had an extra base hit in forever. I'd like to know who that team was that he was talking about.
No kidding.
Because these guys have come in here tonight and just been mashing the baseball. They have 6 extra base hits in 3 innings tonight. The 3-1 pitch, and there's ball 4 inside.
I'm afraid the rain is letting up a little, isn't it?
It's getting a little bit lighter.
Dang it.
Max Kepler will bat. 11-0 Phillies as we're in the top of the 3rd inning. Kepler is 0 for 1 with a walk and a fly out to left field. And the pitch on the way. And there's a ball low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. I wish we had better news for you this evening. A long night getting even longer for the Braves as we're only in the 3rd inning. Here's the 1-0 to Kepler. And he misses with the ball low. 2 balls and no strikes. .2-0 pitch. A little bit low and outside. 3-0. Kepler is the 9th batter of the inning, and only 1 man has been retired. That was Alec Boehm on the fly out to right field. Right-hander Peterson, set of the belt, 3-0 pitch, and there's a called strike.
For these folks that weathered the long rain delay, hoping for a Braves win, this is disappointing to them, I'm sure, but much appreciated that they have stuck it out.
Yeah, not an easy night to do so. There's the 3-1 pitch. There's a strike over the outside corner. Barely got a cutter over, 3-2. Well, if you can just find a dry seat, try to do your best to enjoy a night at the ballpark. There's the 3-2 pitch on the way to Max Kepler. Now there's a called 3rd strike. Got a cutter over. And 2 down here in the inning. I mean, you've heard the quote before, even a bad night at the ballpark sometimes better than a good night somewhere else.
That's true.
But I'll tell you what, that's kind of being put to the challenge tonight, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Here's JT Realmuto. I'm just glad we went ahead and found a place for our truest play of the game. I don't know if I was going to get another opportunity the rest of the night. 2 down for Realmuto, and the pitch on the way from the right-hander Peterson. And a ball low and inside. Well, folks, Xfinity knows live baseball is better with less freezing at the plate. That's why we deliver Wi-Fi built for streaming with ultra-low lag. Get the fastest connection to the Braves and stream more of the biggest moments from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Realmuto already singled earlier in the inning. And he'll take a strike here. 97 with a fastball. And for Peterson, he can run it up there. He was 97, 98 last night with his fastball. One pitch. Missed with the ball low with that cutter. Lead at first for Castellanos, not being held. And the 2-1 pitch and a fly ball to right. That's got some carry to it. Acuna going to go back. Acuna to the wall, jumps up into the air. It's off the bricks and bounding past him. Up with it, Michael Harris. He'll fire it into Matt Olson. Going first to third, Nick Castellanos. And that'll be a double for JT Realmuto off the wall in right field. Another extra base hit here in the first 3 innings for the Phillies. That hit that first row of bricks right above the padded section of the right field wall. Ronald went as high as he could. That was just above his glove.
Good play by Harris to be over there to back him up and play it off the wall, or else Castellanos scores from first.
Bat in the hands of Bryson Stott. 2 down in the inning. He's the 11th Philly to the plate here in the top of the 3rd inning. And Stott takes a called strike. They're telling you about Michael Peterson last night, young man who was born in the London area. He was born in London, England. Grew up in California, though, and now in the big leagues with the Braves. 0-1 from to Stott, fouled back into the seats. 0-2. But he is the second Braves pitcher tonight. Bryce Elder got the start, went 2 innings plus 5 batters. And now Peterson has come in, and it hasn't gotten a whole lot better. 11-0 Phillies. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And Stott fouls one back. This is hardly the only lopsided game in the big leagues tonight.
Yes, it is. You're right.
What, Baltimore scored 22 runs?
22-8 against Tampa Bay.
That score looks like it was the Ravens against the Buccaneers. There comes the 0-2 pitch. Ball low and inside. Almost got him with the foot.
That's against the Tampa Bay team that's been really hot.
Toronto smashed Boston 9-0.
Oh, boy, and that was Boston's first home game since the trade of Rafael Devers. So after a long 3-city West Coast trip, they come home and get blistered.
1-2 to Stott. Sent foul. You already mentioned that Pirates victory over the Mets 9-1. Reds beat the Padres 8-1. I mean, some really lopsided scores.
Yeah. Games following travel days. And not all of them were a day off. They were traveling after a game.
1-2 pitch. And Stott fouls one back.
You know, there's something interesting kind of developing about the Rays, the Tampa Bay Rays, the way they're playing right now. And should they make the postseason, where would they play home postseason games? That's a huge conversation right now.
Yeah. And the way that they're playing, I mean, you'd forecast them being in. We were chatting about that on the bus on the way to the ballpark yesterday. And we kept saying, well, the Marlins won't be using their stadium.
Yeah.
So you could play down in Miami. But they will certainly need a larger stadium if they're going to play some postseason games. Here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Bryson Stott. And a ground ball weakly out to second. Darting in, Ozzie Albies, gloves and fires. And there's the 3rd out. Well, that's another big inning for the Phillies. They score 6 times. Hit another couple of home runs as Schwarber and Kemp go deep. We go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 11.
So these is MLB Network Talent Stars.
Okay.
The stars of MLB Network. Can I trade a pack of these for a signed Lauren Shahadi card?
How about we do a little bit of both? Money, a little trade.
Will you open it up and see if you like it?
They're really nice.
If I sign it, does that equal the Lauren Shahadi 20?
All right.
Do we have a good trade?
We have a good trade. Thank you so much. That was fun.
Nice doing business with you.
Want to send you to see a game at Truist Park? Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets weekday afternoons during our 4 o'clock hour on Chuck and Chernoff on 680 The Fan.
As Ed Mangan and his crew again doctor up the mound and the home plate area with some drying agent. Phillies make a pitching change, and once the cleanup effort and drying material is applied, Taijuan Walker will come on and pitch. This is his 18th game. 8 of those were as a starter, but he pitched so poorly they moved him to the bullpen. He's 2-5 overall with a 3.99 ERA. 7 home runs allowed in 49 innings, 19 walks, 44 strikeouts, and a 2.49 average against.
You want to talk about a stress-free relief outing? Come in and inherit an 11-run lead?
I think you'd feel pretty good about it.
He'll be facing 9-1-2 in the Braves order. That'll be Allen, Acuna, and Olsen. Well, folks, you need all the energy you can get for game day. You need a ton of energy you're going to get through this game. And at Georgia Power, we know that energy costs are an important part of every budget. We're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference so you can save energy for the game. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy.
Back to that conversation about postseason for the Rays, if they're in it, and where they might play their home games. I mean, obviously they have appreciated the opportunity to use Steinbrenner Field in Tampa, a minor league ballpark, since their stadium was blown away by the hurricane. But if they are in the postseason, I think you're right. The discussion about Miami would certainly make sense if they're not playing.
Mm-hmm. Well, they've got to figure something out, and boy, what a rough turn of events has been for them when it comes to having a ballpark. I mean, the hurricane takes the roof off the Trop, and they had to scramble to find a place to play. It was just a few years ago they had to play their spring training games at the Trop because their spring training site was damaged in a hurricane. And, they find a place to play for this season, playing there in Tampa at the spring training home of the Yankees. And when we were there, I mean, they might have had 10,000, 12,000 tops. And that's not a bad spring training crowd. But when you're talking about postseason, I mean, you gotta be able to have significantly larger crowds than that.
Right.
And they'd have to find some place to play, and got a perfectly good facility down there in Miami.
And it'll be interesting to see how the commissioner's office handles that one, because it's not an easy decision.
As it stands right now, you've got 2 major league teams playing in minor league stadiums this season. And that'll continue for the A's, as they just recently had a groundbreaking ceremony in Vegas on the side of where their new stadium's supposed to be. But you're still talking about several years away from that stadium being functional and constructed and all that.
Yeah, I wish I knew more about the Oakland situation and what they might have been able to work out to extend their lease even temporarily with the city of Oakland so they didn't have to go to Sacramento. But obviously that didn't work out. It wasn't an opportunity to do that.
I have a good idea that when we come back from that next road trip, I'll know a lot more about it.
Yeah.
Because we go out there that next trip, that'll be a Sacramento-St. Louis road trip, and then it's the All-Star break. So we'll get a chance to visit with folks who are in the know out there and what they're thinking. But those are 2 stadiums and 2 situations that the league will be looking to figure out. There's a called strike on Nick Allen. Right-hander Taijuan Walker out there. Braves have seen plenty of him over the years. Pitch on the way from Walker. And a ball low to Nick Allen. Walker's been in the big leagues 13 seasons. We've seen him a lot with the Phillies and the Mets. He's pitched for 5 teams in his career. 1-1 pitch will be fouled off. Originally with the Mariners, then with the Diamondbacks, followed by the Blue Jays, Mets, and now the Phillies. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sent foul into the seats down the first base line. We've told you about Walker before. Big boy, 6'4", 235. And when he was in high school, he averaged a double-double in basketball. There's the 1-2 pitch. There's a ball low and outside. Of course, he chooses the baseball route, but a professional league in the Philippines was trying to recruit him to play basketball over there. But it certainly worked out for him on the diamond with such a lengthy career. Here's the 2-2 pitch. There's a little poke out towards second base, charging in onto the grass, gloving and firing. Not in time. Bryson Stott darted in, did a nice job just to make it a close play. It'll be an infield single for Nick Allen.
I think a guy named Taiwan would do real well in the Philippines if he chose to play basketball. That was a thing of beauty. That was about a 100-footer, little pop out behind the mound, and a nice try by Stott, but Nick beat that out for a base hit. Good for him. It seems to me, I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like Taiwan Walker's come in like a position player here to just finish up a game.
Yeah.
He's not messing around. He's getting the sign and then throwing, and he's certainly going to throw some breaking balls, but he's working fast.
Here's Stuart Fairchild, who comes along to pinch hit for Ronald Acuna. Braves down 11-0, wet, soggy field. No reason to risk it having Ronald out there. So it's Fairchild who gets the nod and climbs in. He's got a 171 average, couple of RBIs for Fairchild. Pitch on the way to him. In the air towards right, down the line, slicing towards foul territory. And that'll land in the seats about 4 rows deep and 3 sections down for the Braves dugout. In a situation like this, any pitcher's going to be thinking, okay, let's throw strikes, let's move quickly. Really, the only thing that was holding him back this inning was waiting on the grounds crew to finish doctoring up the mound. 0-2 to Fairchild, and he'll swing and miss at a fastball for strike 3.
I kind of gauge the rain when I look at the small puddles that might be on top of the dugout, and I don't see any sprinkles hitting there anymore.
So it's completely stopped raining. I don't think there's any rain left. I think that's why it quit raining.
Yeah.
There's nothing else up there. There's a called strike. It's all on the ground now.
Well, that'll be good news to the fans who are down there in the lower section.
Olsen is 0 for 1, and he'll swing and pop one up harmlessly to left field. Kepler and Bohm in the neighborhood, and that will be Kepler's ball. 2 down after the flyout to left field. Keep an eye on Matt Olson as he's 0 for 2. Remember, he comes into the action tonight with a 27-game on-base streak. And that's the longest current streak in the big leagues and the longest of Matt's career. But he's 0 for 2 tonight. Phillies 11, Braves nothing, bottom of the third. And Ozuna takes a called strike. Ozuna dabbing at his eye. And an issue with his left eye, it appears. Oh, he's chatting with home plate umpire Brennan Miller. Not sure if he wears contact lenses or not, but he was fidgeting at the eye as if he did. I think he's okay now. He's got a smile on his face. Back into the box, 0-1 pitch, low and outside, 1-1. Alongside Joe Simpson and our producer-engineer Jonathan Chadwick, Ben Ingram here with you from a soggy, rainy Atlanta, Georgia. Rain has finally stopped, but man, it was absolutely pouring. There's a ball low, 2 balls and a strike. And once they said play ball, the storms continued for the Braves, trailing 11-0.
Thought maybe a bug flew into Marcel's eye, but even the bugs have gone for cover.
2-1 low and outside. And a 3-1 count on Ozuna. .3-1 pitch and a ground ball out to second. Sliding stop to his left by Bryson Stott. And the second baseman throws over to Otto Kemp at first for the out. And that ends the bottom of the third inning. Braves get a single, nothing more. We go to the top of the fourth. It is an 11.
We wanted to introduce something new. And then working in some of our past and what the past can look like in the future. I think think our players absolutely love it, and our fans, we think they'll learn to love it, especially if you can win in it. You know, that kind of solves everything.
Phillies 11, Braves nothing into the top of the fourth inning. One change for the Braves. Stuart Fairchild, as you recall, came on to pinch hit for Ronald Acuna. He goes out to right field. And Ino de los Santos is in the bullpen now for the Braves. You think about managing a game like this. Braves trailing 11-0. And it's almost like you're managing the rest of the series more so than you're managing tonight's game. Here's Otto Kemp. He is homered tonight. Pitch on the way to Kemp. That'll be fouled off. You want to get through this one, and you don't never want to give up a game. But at the same time, you don't want to be burning too many relievers. You still want to be set up for tomorrow and the day after.
Got to be thinking about that. You're right.
On to Otto Kemp. And that will miss low. 1 ball and 1 strike.
That dirt on the infield getting real cakey, too, on the shoes. And watching Bryson Stott slide for that ground ball to end the inning, he hardly slid. He just kind of stuck.
There's a 1-1 pitch up and into Kemp. And the grounds crew doing its best job as they can to smooth it out, but there's only so much you can do with all the rain that came down on this field. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Otto Kemp. And Kemp takes a strike on the inside corner. And I'm sure these infielders are very aware of what the surface is like now compared to what they're used to. You can get some tricky ground balls out there. Two to Kemp. In the air towards right field. Fairchild looking up into the sky. He's under it. And he's got it for the first down here in the fourth inning.
Kind of interesting. Yesterday in Houston, outside of the ballpark, it was raining so hard that you couldn't see the buildings through the panes of glass above the railroad tracks. But, of course, they have a retractable roof, so they were able to keep playing.
One down for Brandon Marsh. And Marsh takes a called strike. Well, you think about that roof in Houston. I'd bet more times than not they're happy that they have it to keep the heat out.
Right.
Not necessarily the rain.
Good point.
But in this case, needed it for that storm that passed through Houston. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And Marsh, check swing, didn't go after the high fastball. By the way, the fourth inning is the Tidal Wave Auto Spa inning. Tidal Wave is making Braves country clean car country all season long. And if the Braves pitch a scoreless fourth inning tonight, Tidal Wave will offer half off the Best Wash membership tomorrow. There's the 1-1. That'll miss low. Learn more at TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves. So in other words, if there's a clean fourth inning tonight and you didn't leave your car outside this evening, you might can use that tomorrow. If your car is outside of the garage, you might not need a wash. 2-1 in the air towards foul ground and into the seats down the left field line. Two and two on Marsh. He's 1 for 2 with the double. 2-2 swung on miss. Got a fastball by him at 97. And 2 up and 2 down here in the top of the fourth inning. You think there are any fans in the ballpark tonight who got to the ballpark and thinking, man, this looks like a nice evening, because for a while it did. And they're sitting in the ballpark, and then as the storm rolled in, the tarp came out, they realized, I left the windows down in my car.
For the heat. Yeah. Oh, my.
Trey Turner swings and misses. I mean, you'd probably have 2-3 inches of water on the floorboards if you did that.
If your windows were facing the north where that came from, I pity the fool.
It's going to be a wet ride home. There's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Trey Turner. He's going to send one into left center field for a base hit. That rolls across the grass, scooping out in left field Alex Verdugo, and bounces the throw into second base. Ozzie holds, and that'll be a single for Trey Turner.
He's been on base 4 times, and he's scored 3 runs.
Trey Turner is now a triple shy of the cycle. He could have a couple of cracks at it. 11-0 Phillies, top of the fourth. Here's Kyle Schwarber. And Schwarber hits one in the air to shallow center. Coming in, Michael Harris. And Michael will dive and make another spectacular catch. The Braves' elite center fielder with another defensive gem. And that's out number 3. No runs, 1 hit, no errors at a man left. We go to the bottom of the fourth inning, 11-0 Phillies. Hey there, baseball fans. Ben Ingram here. It's time to step up to the plate and upgrade your deck with TimberTech. TimberTech is the #1 premium composite decking brand.
All right, so here's the Mets home jersey. To me, growing up in New York, also a very iconic jersey. The blue pinstripes that represented the Dodgers. Got the orange outline, which represented the Giants, which are the 2 teams that left New York. And then subsequently, the Mets were created. You know, my parents were Mets fans growing up, and this was the jersey that I also dreamed of wearing.
I'm going to throw out a restaurant kitchen term to you, and then hit me with the baseball one. I'll start first.
Okay.
Mise en place.
Oh, mise en place. That is, as the chef, you put all your different ingredients out kind of before you start cooking, right?
You got it, man. Yeah. That's the most important
That's a tough one. I hear this one a lot because of my name, can of corn.
Easy fly ball.
Pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Braves Radio Network.
Every Atlanta Braves game live on the air and streaming free on the app.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan.
Phillies on top of the Braves 11-0. Alongside Joe Simpson, Ben Ingram here with you. Austin Riley leads off versus Taijuan Walker. The pitch on the way to Riley swung on, missed. Defensive changes for the Phillies. Johan Rojas has entered the game in center field. Brandon Marsh has moved from center field to left field. There's a ball high. And Max Kepler has moved from left field to right field. So Nick Castellanos is out of there. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way to Austin Riley. Walker brings it. Riley sends it high in the air down the right field line, slicing towards the seats. And that becomes a souvenir, rattling around in some empty chairs down there. So Marsh in left, Rojas in center, Kepler in right field. So those changes in case you're torturing yourself by scoring at home tonight. Ball and 2 strikes, and Riley will ground one off the mound, out to short. Turner is able to secure, sends it over to first base for the out, and 1 down.
How about that number I gave you before the game about Turner? You know, he's never been known for his defense or as an outstanding defensive shortstop, but he's only made 1 error in his last 52 innings.
That's great work.
Yes, it is.
Very impressive. Drake Baldwin takes a called strike. By the way, it was a clean top of the 4th inning. First 0 up there on the board for the Phillies line. And that means tomorrow is a clean inning car wash celebration day at Tidal Wave Auto Spa. It'll be fouled back by Drake Baldwin. Stop by and get half off their best wash membership for the first month. Braves country is clean car country. Thanks to Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Visit TidalWaveAutoSpa.com/Braves for more information. So if nothing else, you got that going for you tomorrow. 2 will be sent foul. Still 0-2 on Drake Baldwin. Oh, 2 pitch. There's a ball low and outside. Are you mentally prepared for these next 2 innings of play-by-play?
I am so fired up, I can't tell you. No, I'm serious. I'm going to get a rally started.
All right. It might take that entire jar of Oreo cookies you got over there. There's a ball outside.
Well, we're getting kind of low, so I don't know if there are enough.
I could make a run to the grocery store while you're on. There's a 2-2 pulled foul on the right field line.
Well, the way things have gone, you'll have time.
Right. You think if we ordered a pizza, they deliver it to the radio booth?
Huh. They get through the gate. At this point,
2-2 pulled foul down the right field line.
Again, I doubt that there's a whole lot of people holding people back to get in.
Yeah, exactly. I think they'd be able to just walk right in here.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll pay for the pizza. We'll tip very well. 2-2, that'll miss outside.
Just go up to, the first base gate and just say, hey, I got a pizza here for Ben and Joe.
Yeah, that's for the home radio booth.
Yeah.
There's the 3-2 pitch. There's a ball low and inside, and Drake is aboard with a 1-out walk. I mean, trailing 11-0, we need something to kind of spice it up and have a good time with. One-out walk. Here's Ozzie Albies.
What would you order?
Night like tonight, I'm going Supreme. I'm going all in.
Okay, good.
Albies takes ball outside.
No anchovies, though, right?
Yeah, no anchovies.
Okay.
But, yeah, some sausage and
I can go there with you.
Bell peppers and mushrooms. Just load it up, everything you got. 1-0 pitch. That'll miss high. 2 balls, no strikes. Right-hander Alan Ronhell tossing in the Phillies bullpen. Two to Albies. Big cut and a miss. Had a cutter. 2 balls and a strike.
I'm hoping Ozzie, at least from the left side, he gets more at bats over there, but his swing at times can get really long because of that stance and how he has to do a leg kick and then a stride, but it's hard to get your foot down in time.
2-1, and he fouls that off directly to the on-deck hitter, Alex Verdugo. Made a barehanded catch over there.
And one of the hard things to do is that when you've got all that motion and all that leg kick, an off-speed pitch can really get you out on your front foot. Hard to adjust.
2, missed up and outside. Yeah, that timing has got to be perfect for all those elements to line up. Pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies. Check swing, fouled it back. We were looking this up before the game. Ozzie with 6 home runs this season, none in his last 25 games. And Ozzie fouls one off. Got a piece of that and rolled it to the backstop. The last homer that Ozzie hit was at Philadelphia. That was that doubleheader against the Phillies back on the 29th of May. And since then, 25 games played and a 176 average with no homers. Here's the 3-2. And he missed high.
Well, one of the hardest things to do for a hitter is when you're scuffling is to not try to get it all back in one at bat. You start getting out your weight out in your front foot. You don't want to get jammed. And quite frankly, that's the worst thing you can do. You're better off getting jammed, knowing you're waiting a little longer, waiting to see the ball longer.
Here's Verdugo, and he takes a called strike.
Let it travel a little more. Take it to the opposite field, and then start from there. But we all of us hitters want to jump out there and get it when we're going bad.
0-1 misses inside. So you just feel like you got to dial up the aggressive nature.
Well, you get in a hurry. You get impatient. You get in a hurry. You're trying to fix something real fast. And the way to fix it is actually the opposite, and that is to wait.
1-1 and a fly ball towards right center field. Rojas and Kepler coming together, and Rojas, the center fielder, has it for the out.
When Verdugo about to take a bite out of his bat, he would love to have that pitch back.
Two outs for Michael Harris, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Phillies 11, Braves nothing. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Harris watches a cutter miss inside. A couple of walks here in the inning from Walker. Baldwin at second. Albies at first. 1-0 pitch. Fouled back. Right on the cutter, timing-wise, but just under it. Trying to get Michael on base, try to get him going in the right direction. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Harris with a high, deep drive to center. Rojas going to go backpedaling, shy of the warning track, under it for the two-handed catch. And that ends the bottom of the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, 2 left. We go to the top of the 5th inning, 11.
Too stylish to have superstitions.
Zero. I can't do it. Too many collared cleats, too many gloves, too many wedding gloves, too many bats.
I do put on my right glove first, then the left, then the thumb guard, then I put on my leg guard, my elbow guard.
Anything you put on first?
Nah, not really.
Nothing?
Nah. I like to say I'm not superstitious, but a little stitious.
Into the top of the 5th inning, Phillies leading 11-0. The 11 runs they have scored matches their season high for runs in a game this year. They'll send up 3, 4, and 5 of the inning. Into the microphone for us, here's Joe.
All right, Ben, go take a nap. I mean, after you guys got in so late last night, and then the rain delay tonight, if you just joined us, 2 hours and 19 minutes, and then what seems like 3 days worth of Phillies hitting. Top of the 5th, 11-0, and the first pitch delivered to Alec Bohm is a ball from Michael Peterson. Northside Hospital, for a healthier future together. Look to Northside. Peterson on in relief of Bryce Elder. He works out of the stretch and misses a little low. 2-0. Phillies got 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 6 in the third. They've hit 4 home runs. Fastball moves Bohm back. 3-0. And the 3-0 pitch is in there for a strike, 3-1. Rojas, who just checked into the game to play out the outfield and will bat in Castellanos' spot in the order, is on deck. And then Kepler, the delivery, strike 2 call. Bohm tonight, 1 for 3. A single and a run scored in the second. He was on base for the home run by Castellanos in the second. 3-run shot, the pitch. Swung on, sliced foul, and out of play. Bohm, a former first-round draft pick out of Wichita State. He was a wheat shocker. The 6'7" right-hander delivers. Check swing foul off the plate. Jammed him a little bit and fouled it right back into the screen. Bohm was 0 for 15 in that series in Houston, but they've all gotten well tonight. Another payoff pitch. A little inside, ball 4. Second walk issued by Peterson. De Los Santos still throwing in the Atlanta pen. Johan Rojas hitting .216 with a homer and 15 RBIs. Takes inside, ball 1. First at bat of the night for Rojas, and he takes a strike. Minnesota beat Detroit today 4-1. Boy, that's news. Detroit doesn't lose very much. Houston beat the Cubs 7-4 in Houston. And a pitch delivered for a strike. 1-2 the count. Those scores in the National League scoreboard delivered to you by Saya LTL Freight, the official freight carrier of the Atlanta Braves. The 1-2 pitch swung on, fought off the thumbs up the middle to Ozzie. To second for 1, relay to first, double play. That was slick. Ozzie was near the bag and just a backhanded flip to Allen, who was racing across the bag, and he caught it, stepped on the bag, and threw all in one motion and got the double play. Nick Allen with another one of his beauties. 4-6-3.
I love watching him move left to right, front and back at short. I mean, everywhere he goes on the field, it's a perfect route, does it so quickly, quick exchange, good throw. Just a flash out there at shortstop.
Yeah, he is. Really fun to watch. Max Kepler swings and misses, 0-1. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Stretching the pitch, popped up foul and out of play left side. That'll reach the seats. Kepler has walked, flied out, actually fouled out to Verdugo in a nice play that he caught in foul territory. And then Kepler took a called third strike in the third inning. Michael Peterson fires. And a little bit high, I guess. 1-2 the count. Bottom of the fifth inning for the Braves will be 9-1-2, starting with Nick Allen. The 1-2 pulled foul, first base side. Tip of the cap to the ground crew tonight for their hard work. They actually put the tarp on the field, or had it ready to go on the field earlier tonight. It was a kind of a false alarm right before batting practice. Took it off, rolled it back up. 1-2 pitch, fouled back. Kepler stayed alive. And then they had to get it out for real, and they had to get it out on the trot right before first pitch. They got it out and on the field just in time before a monsoon hit. Kepler calls time. Giants got back on the winning track there in Chicago, and they beat the White Sox 3-1. Marlins had swept them in a 3-game set earlier this week. Pitch, down and in, 2-2. At Detroit Ball Club, Ben, first one to 50 wins. What do they got now, 52?
52, yeah, they were 20 over entering the action tonight.
Fastball grounded up the middle and past Ozzie into center field. Kepler with a good at-bat. Bounces one through the middle. That's hit number 12 for the Phillies. He's at first with 2 out.
Take that back. 51 wins for the Tigers.
51, okay. Brian Snitker's on his way to the mound. It's for the arrow exterminators call to the bullpen. You make the right call and protect your home or business from pests by calling 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com. We'll tell you who's coming in right after this on the Braves Radio Network.
6'3", 235-pound righty from the Dominican Republic. And he's on the mound for the 33rd time this season. He's 2-2 with a 3.98 ERA. And the last time he was out there was 3 days ago against the Mets. It's the third of an inning.
He's got one of the longer names for the Braves. I mean, if you put them all together, the Day and the Los and the Santos.
That's a lot there.
That's right in there with Jared Saltalamacchia.
I mean, Spencer Schwellenbach's pretty lengthy one.
Sure is. He's got that big arcing horseshoe from armpit to armpit. JT Realmuto, the batter. Runner at first, 2 out, swing and a miss. 0-1. JT snapped out of an 0 for 11. He's got 2 hits. They both came in the third inning, a single leading off the inning and a double later on. He drove in a run in the first inning with a bases-loaded walk. Busy night. The 0-1, strike 2 call. De Los Santos works out of the stretch with a runner at first. 2 out, the pitch. Swing and a chopper toward third, deep short, backhanded by Allen. He's got no play. It was wide of third and toward the hole. Nick did a good job just to get to it and get the glove on it, but no play anywhere. First and second, another hit for Realmuto, his third of the night. So a pair of 2-out hits has him at first and second for the Phillies. They now have 13 hits. Bryson Stott, the batter, fouls one back. He had a good rip. He's 1 out of 3. Everybody that started the game for the Phillies has at least 1 hit. Next delivery, a little bit outside. 1-1 to Stott. Turner has 3 hits. He's been on base 4 times. He also reached on an error. And now Realmuto with 3 hits. Next pitch. A little nubber right out in front of the plate. That's a tough play. Baldwin barehands it. Fires to first, not in time. That rolled about 3 to 4 feet out onto the grass beyond the cut of the grass in front of home plate, and a very difficult play for Drake Baldwin. He barehanded it. He had the best chance to throw him out, but Stott runs too well, and the bases are loaded. 3rd hit in a row after the double play.
It was a heck of a fastball fired over there by Drake.
And here's Otto Kemp, who has homered tonight, his first big league homer. Takes outside, ball 1. He's his homer 1 of 3 at bats. He's 1 for 3. 14 homers at Lehigh Valley and 55 RBIs, leading the International League when he was called up. The 1-0. Outside 2-0. 11 runs, 14 hits for the Phillies. 0-3-1 for Atlanta. De Los Santos delivers, and a foul ball out of play. 2-1. Peterson 2 2/3 innings, 4 hits. walked a couple, struck out 2. At the moment, he's only allowed 1 of the 11 runs, but the runner at third belongs to him. And the next pitch swung on, fought off toward left field, out of the reach of Riley, but caught by Allen, who was backing him up. Austin reached up, lunged for it, couldn't get it, but Allen was there to make the catch, and the inning is over. What an inning for Nick Allen. No runs, 3 hits, 3 left, and we go to the bottom of the 5th. Braves down 11-0.
Talk to me.
This is called a Crawford dog. Hamburger bun.
Yes.
2 split top Angus beef hot dogs griddled on the skillet, on the plancha.
Amazing.
And then we do a bacon onion jam with Crawford Bock beer.
Pick it up like a burger.
Pick it up like a burger and you just go in, man.
Let's go to town.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, best hot dog I've ever had. Best hot dog I've ever had. I love this, man.
This is how I grew up eating hot dogs.
Could win you a pair of Braves tickets during our 7 o'clock hour every weekday morning on 680 The Fan.
Phillies 11, Braves nothing into the bottom of the 5th inning. New pitcher for the Phillies, right-hander Alan Ronhell. And he's out there for the 2nd time this season.
And the first batter he faces is Nick Allen, who had such a good inning in the top half of the inning defensively, and he takes a strike.
Ronhell, 3 innings in his most recent outing, so they're probably going to use him to soak up some innings tonight.
Check swing, bouncer back to the mound. He covers, and Ronhell tosses to first for the out. Rangel. A lot of circles, that's Wrangle. But for him, it's Ronhell.
Yeah, Ronhell. By the way, thanks to Scott Livingston with Delaware North, they're listening down below, and they delivered up some pizza here for us.
Way to go, guys.
And it's the biggest pieces of pizza I've ever seen. It's like eating a pennant.
Exactly. Supposedly a slice. A long drive to deep right field by Fairchild. It's off the padding. Played nicely by Kepler. Throw to second, not in time. And Stuart Fairchild in there with a double off the bricks in right field.
Tell you what, coming off the bat, I thought he got it. Fastball right down the middle, and he got really good wood on it, and that hit just above the padding in right field on the bricks.
Excellent play and perfectly played by Kepler. So runner in scoring position, Braves getting shut out here 11-0. They got shut out last night in New York. Here's Matt Olson. He's 0 for 2, and he takes outside ball 1. Yeah, but thanks to Mr. Livingston, you're right. It looks like a pennant. It's a slice, quote-unquote, slice of pizza, but it looks like a giant pennant. The 1-0 taken low. 2-0 to Matt, who has struck out and flied out. Ronhell fires and a line drive base hit into left field. Fairchild will be held at third base as Marsh got it in quickly, but Matt Olson with a base hit extends his on-base streak to 28 games with a solid single to left, just as he did last night in New York when he singled late in the ball game to keep his streak going. First and third, one out for Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna's 1 for 2. Five hits now for the Braves. Stretch in the pitch, swing and a miss. Austin Riley waits on deck. The pitch outside. 1-1 to Marcell. Ozuna hitting .249, 11 homers. And the pitch. Over but low. Fans, did you know the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Braves? Made with peppers, vinegar, and salt in perfect balance to make the food you're eating taste better. Like pizza! Well, now you do. It's Louisiana hot. Buy you some. Foul ball out of play. 2-2 to Marcell. That is going to be so good on that pizza. Ben's already doctoring it up. How good are we going? At least here in the booth. The 2-2. Swung on, hit hard on the ground to short. Should be 2. Throw to first in time for a 6-4-3 double play, and the Braves come up empty, and the shutout continues. We played 5. Phillies. You
know what happened in 2014.
A World Series win for the San Francisco Giants.
Look at how clean that is. The gold, I don't know if you guys know what the gold means, but the gold means you are the World Series champions from the year before. But it's the honor of a lifetime, getting to win back-to-back World Series championships with 2 different teams.
I want to ask you about food. What is something that you have to eat to beat a judge?
Oh, Aaron Judge! Send him to Monument Park now!
We got some good chefs in New York. They've been cooking up some nice chopped cheeses, and that kind of, it gets you, I don't know if I should tell the kids that they should be eating chopped cheese before a game.
Before the game, probably steak. That's usually what I go to.
I like a steak, no vegetables.
No vegetables?
No vegetables.
No, is it straight protein?
Yeah.
Ow. 11-0 Philadelphia. Top of the 6th inning, Brandon Marsh will lead it off. He's 1 for 3 with a double. Left-handed hitter against Enyel De Los Santos, and the first pitch fouled off, out of play. Vance Napa's a proud partner of your Atlanta Braves, and with America's largest network of parts and care, Napa has all the bases covered when it comes to your ride. The 0-1, strike 2 call. How is it, buddy?
It's outstanding.
Good.
Delicious stuff.
It looks good. The 0-2 fouled off the screen down at the end of the Phillies dugout. 0-2. Good to see Paul Bird at the ballpark working for the TV side. The 0-2 pitch Swung on, lifted in the air. Third base side. Riley was over in the shortstop area. He'll race over into foul territory and make the catch, one away. That was an interesting discussion we were having with Paul during the rain delay about how he got to LSU from Louisville, where he grew up.
Yeah, and he's in the right business. Paul's a good storyteller, and he's from Louisville. And I said, how'd you end up at LSU anyway? And he said he was going to Arizona State. Had it all signed, sealed, and delivered.
With one exception, it wasn't signed.
As well.
Ground ball off the pitcher's glove out to Ozzie. He one-hops the throw to first base. Olsen has it. 2 down.
Verbal sealed and delivered. How about that? He'd
Yes.
given the verbal to Arizona State. And went out there as a senior, and he said that the team that Arizona State lost the game, maybe lost the series, and the coach never even spoke to him the whole weekend he was out there. I mean, this is kind of a lesson in recruiting, I guess you might say. And I guess the coach just kind of thought they already had Bird locked up and never even acknowledged him when he was out there visiting.
Kyle Schwarber, the batter, takes a strike.
Got an invite a few weekends later to visit LSU, even though he was planning on going to Arizona State. And he said that he showed up and Skip Bertman brought him into his office. And he said,
inside 1-1.
He said, we got to have you. You're going to be pitching your freshman year, and if you don't come here, our program is going to completely collapse.
Yeah. He said all the players came over to him. They were telling him he's got to come. They had his name on the scoreboard. Outside 2-1.
He said, we got to have you, because if we don't get you here in this rotation, everything we've built is going to come falling down. And he didn't want to let him down.
He said, I'm going. I'm coming. Okay. I'm here. 2-1 pitch, a strike call.
And ended up at LSU and playing for Skip Bertman and part of some really good teams.
He called home to tell him he was going to go to LSU, and his mom wanted to know, what have you done? What did you tell him? Did you sign anything?
Can't let him down.
Yeah.
I thought that was great.
I did too, and I love the way, and no surprise about how Skip Bertman ran his program at LSU. The 2-2 to Schwarber, who has homered tonight. Check swing, he went, and that's the third out of the inning. Good 3 up and 3 down inning for De Los Santos. We go to the bottom of the 6th. A lot of money in the jackpot. Stick around here on the Atlanta Braves.
It is a 1933 Gaudi Babe Ruth card. It is 8.5 PSA. It's rated higher than the one in the Smithsonian.
This card at one point came with a packet or a stick of chewing gum.
This card actually is almost a century old. It was bought for a penny.
So the fact that just the heritage of a card like this is now coming up almost 90 years later into an auction, it's a pretty special moment.
Budget. And we're committed to providing tools and assistance to make a difference. Learn more at georgiapower.com/myenergy.
Hey, Braves fans, don't get tricked into following the baseball season or the Atlanta sports scene anywhere else. Listen to Cellini and Domino weekdays 10 to 2 on 680 The Fan.
We go to the bottom of the 6th. $2,800 in the Georgia Lottery home run jackpot inning. Austin Riley will lead it off, takes ball 1. Rick Jenkins from Woodstock, Georgia, is the contestant. Ron Hell delivers on a fly ball set high and deep to right center. Rojas on the track. Near the wall, he makes the catch. Oh, boy, that was close. If you'd like to enter for your chance to win at least $1,000 from the Georgia Lottery, visit 680thefan.com/GA Lottery. Georgia Lottery, today could be the day. I thought you had that one, Rick. Riley's 0 for 3 tonight. Here's Drake Baldwin. Takes a strike. Baldwin has grounded out and walked. Phillies have hit about 8 times each. This is only the third at bat for Baldwin and a half swing. He was fooled badly. 0-2 against Ronald, the third pitcher of the night for the Phillies. He's working quickly in the pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased a bad ball. Ronald has his first strikeout. Ozzie Albies has grounded out and walked as well. 0 for 1. First pitch to Ozzie. Sails in there. Change up for a strike. If anybody knows Rick Jenkins in Woodstock, I know it's late. Perfect opportunity, though, to call him and wake him up. Tell him he's got $2,800 waiting if Ozzie can go deep here.
It's Friday night. He might be up.
He might be. He might be here at the ballpark. Or he could be out catting around. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Oh, he had a big old home run cut. Ronald fires, and a soft little flare out toward left center field might drop, but on the run, Marsh makes the catch to rob him, and the inning is over. Braves go in order, no winner in the jackpot, and we go to the 7th, still 11-0.
Yeah, mine was a tops now as well. I hit my first walk-off last year against the Mets.
Jacob Young, Nationals win! Now he's got his first walk-off big league hit.
Dad had bought a stack of them, and I was like, I think we can get these ourselves, but he went ahead and bought a stack for himself.
Like business cards. There you go.
But it was awesome just to have that moment and have everyone so excited to have a picture of you is a fun moment.
I'm going to throw out a restaurant kitchen term to you, and then hit me with the baseball one. I'll start first.
Okay.
Mise en place.
Oh, mise en place. That is, as the chef, you put all your different ingredients out, kind of before you start cooking, right?
You got it, man. Yeah. That's the most important
That's a tough one. I hear this one a lot because of my name, can of corn.
Easy fly ball.
A new pitcher for the Braves as we go to the 7th. Rafael Montero will come on and makes his 28th appearance of the year, his 25th for the Braves. No record overall between his work with the Astros and the Braves. No wins or losses, and an even 4 ERA, 31 strikeouts in 27 innings. And we go to the 7th inning of play. And back once again, here's the pizza man, Ben Ingram.
Thank you, Joe. That hit the spot. And again, thanks to Scott Livingston and Delaware North bringing that pizza up here for us. We needed it. Alec Boehm to lead it off. This is Edmundo Sosa. He'll be pinch hitting for Boehm. And the first pitch from Montero missed high. The only thing lacking from that pizza was a tall, cold one to wash it down. Maybe after the game. Here's a 1-0 pitch. That'll be sent foul.
Take care of that.
At this point, I don't think it'd matter. 11-0 Phillies in the top of the 7th. They bombarded the Braves in the first 3 innings. 1-1 pitch is over for a called strike. 1-2 on Edmundo Sosa, 279 hitter.
Fireworks after the game. We didn't know there were going to be that many fireworks at the beginning of the game.
Oh, man, it was like the grand finale in the first few innings. 1-2 pitch misses inside, 2-2. Rafael Montero looks in on his target, Drake Baldwin. Now the 2-2 pitch will miss outside, 3-2. I'll give you a pretty good this day in baseball history here for the top of the 7th.
Lay it on me.
Obviously, coming up in between innings, we'll have the 7th inning stretch, and they'll play Take Me Out to the Ball Game here. Take Me Out to the Ball Game was actually written in 1908. Here's the 3-2 pitch on the way to Edmundo Sosa, and he'll swing and miss at a pretty good splitter. And 1 down after the strikeout of Sosa, 1 down. In 1908, Jack Norworth and Albert Von Tilzer together wrote Take Me Out to the Ball Game. It was Jack Norworth who wrote the lyrics, and Albert Von Tilzer wrote the music.
Well, that's quite a collaboration.
It is. So they wrote the song in 1908. There's a ground ball out to short. Charging out there, Allen. He'll send it over, and that will take care of Johan Rojas. And 2 down in the inning. 32 years later, after that, this day in 1940, the Dodgers wanted to welcome in those 2 musicians to celebrate them and the song and its impact on baseball at Ebbets Field. So they had Jack Norworth Day to celebrate Norworth and Albert Von Tilzer for writing and creating Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Here's the interesting part of that. When Norworth and Von Tilzer wrote the song in 1908, neither had ever been to a baseball game in their life. There's a line drive in the air to center. That'll be caught by Michael Harris. That ends the inning.
That's crazy.
So the guys who wrote Take Me Out to the Ball Game had never been taken out to a ball game.
What did they know?
They wanted somebody to take them out to the ball game.
A lot of baseball fans have some familiarity with the T206 American Tobacco Card set. Of course, features the famous Hannes Wagner card. What we have here are 3 cards from the lesser-known T205 set, which really was a successor to T206. T206 came out in 1909. These 3 cards, as part of the T205 set, came out in 1911.
You money, but a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 7 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I'm Cortland spokespug Cordy. This broadcast of the Atlanta Braves is brought to you by Cortland. Visit Cortland.com to find your new apartment or one of our next level communities. Go Braves!
We want to send you to see a game at Truist Park. Listen for your chance to win a pair of tickets weekday afternoons during our 4 o'clock hour on Chuck and Chernoff on 680 The Fan.
First pitch here in the bottom of the 7th misses high to Alex Verdugo to 1-0 count. 11-0 Phillies, bottom of the 7th. We got a few defensive changes we can mix in there with you. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's a called strike.
Here's the ones I got. And Edmundo Sosa's going to stay in the game and play second base. And Buddy Kennedy is now in there to play third base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
1-1. Line drive in the air to right field. Coming on now is Max Kepler. Makes a chest-high catch. One out here in the 7th inning. Did you know the all-time hot sauce leader in RBIs is the original Louisiana brand hot sauce? The original Louisiana brand hot sauce, like a double play for your mouth. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some. The 11 runs on 14 hits for the Phillies. No runs, 5 hits and an error for the Braves. This game has been one big mess tonight in the box score. Michael Harris fouls one back. He's staring at a 1-1 count. We'll still have one more contest next inning. Our Yanmar strikeout the side inning. Still haven't had a winner all year. There's the 1-1 pitch on the way to Michael Harris. Michael fouls one back into the screen. On a night where nothing has gone the Braves' way, maybe we'll at least have a winner in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. We'll see. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Harris a reach and a miss for strike 3. That changeup was well off the plate. He went fishing for it. And 2 down here in the 7th. After this game, the Braves will be halfway through the season. This is game number 81. And 81 games left to be played after this one. Pitch on the way to Nick Allen. And there's a called strike. One-0 pitch. And a strike on Nick Allen. It doesn't look like the Braves are going to put this one in the win column tonight, so they would fall to 37-44 with their record at the conclusion of tonight's game. That'll be swung on missed. So they'd be 37-44 halfway through the season. On pace for about 74 wins. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And Allen going to foul one back. Braves won 89 games last year. So in order to reach 89 wins this year, they'd have to win 52 of their final 81 games. That'll be bounced foul. So they'd have to go 52-29 in their final 81 games to reach the 89 wins that made them a wild card team last year. They'd have to completely turn it around in the second half. Ball outside, 2-2 on Nick Allen. And hopefully that change starts tomorrow night. Again, that will be Spencer Schwellenbach and Jesus Luzardo tomorrow night. That'll be swung on, fouled back by Allen. A couple of good pitching matchups in the final 2 games of this series. 7:15 Eastern with the first pitch tomorrow night. 6:15 Central. Spencer Schwellenbach and Jesus Luzardo. And then on Sunday, Spencer Strider versus Ranger Suarez. That'll be a 1:35 Eastern first pitch on Sunday. And this is the first of 9 consecutive at home for the Braves. We'll also see the Angels and the Orioles in town. Here comes the 2-2 to Nick Allen. And got a piece of that to foul it off. Allen 1 for 2 with a single. Two-two pitch. And a hard hit ball down the left field line. Got a change up and sent it into left field for a base hit. Nick Allen with his second hit of the night. For the Phillies, this is their 82nd game of the year. So they've already passed the halfway point. Interestingly enough, the Phillies, as they've logged 81 games this season, so they're right there in the midway point of this season, which means they're exactly through the first half of Bryce Harper's 13-year career. There's a fly ball towards left center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Boy, losing that out there was the center fielder Johan Rojas into second base with a double Stuart Fairchild. And back-to-back base hits by Allen and Fairchild. That'll put them at second and third. Braves looking for their first run. Yeah, finishing that thought, it's the halfway point of Bryce Harper's 13-year contract with the Phillies as they're halfway through the season. That's, of course, you think about that 60-game 2020 season, but he signed, what was it, a 13-year deal?
Yeah.
So halfway through this season, they're halfway through that contract. That's hard to believe it's been that long since that contract was signed. Matt Olson takes a called strike. And they're hoping to get Harper back at some point soon. He's been down with a sore wrist, but they feel he could be activated very quickly. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. Olson takes a ball low.
And remember, he missed some time when Spencer Strider plunked him in the forearm in Philadelphia. He missed a few games after that.
One to Olson. And Ronald misses high. Well, Olson had a base hit in the 5th inning, so that extended his on-base streak as he's reached base safely in 28 consecutive games. Trying to drive in a run or two right here. 2-1 pitch fouled off into the screen. Two to Olson. And a fly ball out towards left field. Brandon Marsh over to his left. Calling off Johan Rojas. Makes the catch in deep left field. And there's out number 3. So the Braves strand runners at second and third. We've played 7.
Won a Cy Young, 73, 5, and 6. I've got an extra 5. And then it says, has worked as a TV commentator. You know, and I did start back in 1978. I did the Yankees and the Red Sox playing the one-game playoff. And ABC said if the Yankees win, Reggie will play, and then you'll go broadcast with Howard Cosell and Keith Jackson. And that's how I started my broadcast. And that's the Bucky Dent home run. So every time I see Bucky Dent, I go, thank you for making me a broadcaster.
On 680 The Fan.
Boy, here's a guy who's been rolling for the Braves out of the bullpen, and that's Dylan Lee. His last 9 outings, he's only given up 1 run, and it was unearned. So quite a good stretch of work for Dylan Lee, whose ERA now is at 1.77, 1-2 on the year.
I'll tell you what, all that, and he's been filling multiple roles.
Yeah.
There's the pitch on the way to JT Realmuto. There's a called strike. Setting up, closing, long relief at times, going more than 3 outs.
What he did in New York the other night was awesome. Inning in a third.
It was one of my favorite strikeouts of the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Realmuto takes a called strike. Yeah, when Lee came on and Braves won that game 3-2, he struck out Juan Soto in the 8th inning. That was a really fun night. There's the 0-2 pitch. And Realmuto pops one up down the right field line, slicing towards foul ground. Fairchild slides, and he couldn't come up with it. He just about had it. Went into a feet-first slide, and that hit the glove, but he couldn't squeeze it. But a great effort by Stewart.
Tried to make like a basket catch out of it as he was sliding. And just didn't stay in the glove.
Well, that keeps our contestant Andrew Whitehead alive in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. If Dylan Lee can strike out the side, our contestant Andrew Whitehead will be the lucky winner of a brand new Yanmar UTV. Enter all season long at Braves.com/Yanmar for your chance to win a Yanmar UTV and to be entered for a grand prize drawing at the end of the season. Yanmar, built together, back longer. 11-0 Phillies. We're in the top of the 8th inning. They had 11 runs within the first 3 innings of the game. 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 6 in the third. And they about hit the Braves 14-7. 0-2 struck him out with a slider. Great start for our contestant Andrew Whitehead. Right now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Braves Radio Network.
Never miss a pitch of the Braves.
WCNN North Atlanta, a Dickey broadcasting station.
The Fan, and streaming free on the Fan app.
Batter is Buddy Kennedy. He took over at third base a few innings ago. He swings and misses at a first pitch slider. For Buddy Kennedy, he has spent parts of 4 seasons in the big leagues. Diamondbacks, Tigers, Phillies. His pitch is swung on and missed. Another slider. And for Kennedy, this is his 58th big league game. Oh and 2 as Lee's looking for back-to-back strikeouts. 0-2 from the lefty. And a fly ball to left field. Alex Verdugo coming in, slows, makes the catch. And 2 down. So no winner tonight in the Yanmar strikeout the side inning. Andrew Whitehead, thank you so much for playing. Thanks for tuning in. And if you're still listening, thank you for that. We have not had any good news to pass along your way tonight. Two down in the 8th. Here's Otto Kemp. And Kemp takes the ball outside. Do you think there's ever been a time where one division had 2 guys named Otto in it?
No.
Marlins have Otto Lopez. Phillies have Otto Kemp. Pitch on the way to Otto Kemp. Sent foul.
Otto Lopez looks like a good-looking young player for the Marlins.
He had some big base hits for the Marlins in that series versus the Braves. Otto Kemp is from Fullerton, California. Played 4 seasons at D2 Point Loma Nazarene University in San Diego. And there's a check swing. He did not go. I found this pretty comical. They have a little part of his bio where it's got his hobbies that include fishing and surfing. And boy, if San Diego wasn't the perfect town for that. There's a ball outside, 3 balls and a strike.
You could do them both at the same time. You're pretty good.
Fishing from a surfboard.
Mm-hmm. Have a little stand for your pole to hold it.
3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss at a slider. He had a home run earlier in this game. It was a 3-run homer back in the 3rd inning. His first big league homer. (3-2) to Kemp. Low and inside with a slider for ball 4. That'll send Kemp down to first base. 2-out walk. 7 walks by Braves pitchers tonight. And most of those from the first few innings of the game. So 2 away for Brandon Marsh. 11-0 Phillies here in the top of the 8th inning. And Marsh takes the first pitch slider for a strike. Marsh 1 for 4 in the homecoming for him tonight. Out of Buford, Georgia. Had a double and a run scored back in the 3rd inning. Left on left matchup. Swing and a miss at a fastball. And he's quickly down 0-2. (0-2) pitch. And he fouled it off. Well, he'd love for the Braves to at least score. It'll be 3-4-5 to up for the Braves in the bottom of the 8th. They haven't scored a run since Saturday night. I'm way off on my days.
Yeah, check that calendar.
Since the other night in New York, it's been 16 innings. And Marsh swings and misses for strike 3. And the last time the Braves scored, Wednesday night. That feels like it was 2 weeks ago. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, 11-0 Phillies.
That's my security right there. That's the bad one, Roscoe Pico train.
Major League Baseball wanted to start doing something with the players and their dogs.
Which one's the dog?
I was undecided on whether to do a dog card or not, but my wife pushed me in the back and she wanted a famous dog, so she told me to do it.
It's the perfect balance of peppers, vinegar, and the salty tears of Mets fans. That's Louisiana Hot. Buy you some.
This is John Michaels. Don't miss Atlanta Braves today and your chance to win a pair of Braves tickets every weekday morning on The Locker Room during our 7 a.m. hour on the radio home of the Atlanta Braves, 680 The Fan.
Well, there's still Ron Hell on the mound for the Phillies. He has an 11-0 lead. And he has a brand new backstop. Rafael Marchand is now the catcher. That wraps up the night for JT Realmuto. There's a ball low to Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna tonight, 1 for 3, a single. Ground out, also hit into a double play. 1-0 pitch, guided out to third. Buddy Kennedy's got it, and he'll send it across for the out. Ron Hell came on in the 5th inning. Their starter, Tanner Banks, who they switched to after the lengthy rain delay. This is supposed to be Mick Abel getting the start tonight for the Phillies. Well, they called an audible and went to the reliever Banks, who went 2 innings, and Walker 2 innings. Now Ron Hell. There's a called strike on Riley. Phillies had this 11-0 lead at the end of the 3rd inning, so it's been the same ever since. 0-1 pitch popped up into foul ground. That'll become a souvenir down the right field line.
So who do you give the win to if this score holds?
Well, you got an argument for a couple of guys in Walker and Ron Hell. I mean, Walker's the first guy out there. He goes a couple of innings. Ron Hell is going to go likely the rest of the way and get 5 innings out of him. And the thing is, both of those guys had an 11-0 lead when they took over. So up to the discretion of the official scorer. Here comes the 1-2 pitch on the way. That'll bounce up there.
If I were the official scorer, I would evaluate how each guy pitched, what the corresponding score was, and then I'd pick the guy that I like the best.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. And Riley takes a ball low. I mean, I guess technically you could give Walker a win and Ron Hell a save.
Uh-huh.
So long as he pitches the 9th and gets the final 3 outs of the game, because he's gone. At that point, it would have gone 5 innings. Pitch misses to Austin Riley. And Riley down to first base. Yeah, Ron Hell would have gone more innings than anybody in this game at that point. And so you could do whatever you wanted to do. It's 11-0 Phillies. Here's Drake Baldwin. And a called strike on him. Here comes the 0-1. And a ball outside to Baldwin.
It's funny, when Ronald came in, Rob Thompson was saying, "Help me, Ronald. help me, Ronald."
1-1 pitch. That'll be hitting the air to center field. In line with it now, Rojas makes the catch. You know, in an 11-0 game at 12:07 at night, if there's ever a time for you to go through your catalog of cheesy jokes, this is the perfect time. This would be Carnegie Hall for cheesy jokes.
No doubt about it.
2 down for Ozzie Albies, runner at first base. And Ozzie's going to pop one up, foul ground, over back behind the Phillies dugout. That takes a big bounce on the concourse. Hops off into the seats. Somebody's listening to you.
Yeah, they are. Thank you, Matthew.
Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And Ozzie cranks one high in the air to deep right field. That's got a shot, and it's off the bricks in right field. Heading to third base, Austin Riley goes first to third on a single by Albies. Banger off the wall. Hit it so hard that he gets one base out of it. That'll put him at the corners, 2 down.
Braves have put some dents in that brick tonight. Just can't get one up high enough to get it out of here.
See if Verdugo can drive in a run. Braves have been shut out 5 times this season, including last night in New York. And Verdugo takes a ball low. By the way, if I'm ranking Beach Boys songs, I got Help Me Rhonda in my top probably 3.
Yeah.
I love that song.
I agree.
Probably go there, and then maybe a couple of selections off the Pet Sounds album. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Verdugo. And a called strike, 1-1.
I know for most songwriters, God Only Knows is
oh man,
way,
what a song.
Way up at the top. Everybody loves that song.
One sent foul. It's like you got your own jukebox down there. Anything else you'd like Matthew to play? We're 2 for 2.
I really like Inagata Davida.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Line shot out to short. The leaping Trey Turner's got it. Well done, Matthew Kaminsky. We go to the top of the 9th inning. It's 11-0 Phillies.
Hey everybody, it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. And when it comes to racing, our team needs a crew it can count on. And when it comes to plumbing or
Do you see yourself maybe one day after baseball, like maybe food critic, food writer?
I would love to do that. That's the plan. I've been doing it ever since I was in the big leagues. It's just fun. It's fun to interact with people.
It's every weekday morning in the locker room during the 7 a.m. hour on the radio home of the Atlanta Braves, 680 The Fan.
New pitcher for the Braves in the 9th, Luke Williams. The infielder makes his 2nd appearance of the year. First time was an inning, 1 hit, no runs.
First pitch to Trey Turner finds his mark. Over for a called strike, 0-1. This is the 6th time Luke Williams has pitched in his career. Pitched against the Rockies. That was in that series versus the here in June 15th. Pitch sent foul. 0-2 on Trey Turner. And the pitch from Luke. And a fly ball to left field, hit pretty deep. Verdugo going to go back. Verdugo's at the wall, climbs the wall, and that's gone. And it's a home run for Turner, his 2nd of the game, and his 11th of the year. And it's now 12-0 Phillies.
Well, that's too bad. Spoiled Luke's 0 ERA, and Turner probably wanted it to hit the wall so he could just keep running and maybe hit a triple. He needed that for the cycle. Oh, boy, he really floated one up there, though. Luke wanted the strikeout.
Kyle Schwarber sends one foul. I had a conversation with Luke one time about getting to pitch. He pitched once for the Dodgers in 2023. Last season, he pitched 3 times for the Braves, now twice this year. There's a ball outside. And he said the very first time he ever pitched, it was at Wrigley Field. And he was thinking to himself, man, this is amazing. Get a pitch at Wrigley Field. There's a ball outside. And at the time, he had family who lived in Chicago. Couldn't remember if it was a sibling or a cousin, but there was family there. 2 on pitch. That swung on, missed. 2-2. And, you know, the family comes out to watch him play. They're expecting to see him in the field, come to the plate. They got to watch him pitch. It's got a 2-2 on Schwarber. Here it comes. And he struck him out looking. Fastball on the inside corner. And he just struck out Kyle Schwarber.
Put that ball in your pocket and hang on to it, Luke. That is awesome. He threw him an ephus pitch the one before, and Schwarber almost came out of his shoes, and then he busted him with his heater.
In there at 78 after throwing that 53-mile-an-hour ephus pitch. Edmundo Sosa is going to hit one in the air to right field. Stuart Fairchild there for it. Makes the catch in right. That was Luke Williams' first ever strikeout.
I'm telling you, save the ball. I did. I had a guy send me the bat. I struck out Spike Owen, and he sent me the bat the next day.
Johan Rojas going to lift one to right center field. That's going to find the gap and bounce to the wall. Rojas into second base. He cruised in there at a very low speed. 2-out double. You think Luke gets Kyle Schwarber to sign that ball?
100%. I want the bat, too, if I'm him.
Let's see. He's faced 26. He's faced 30 batters in his career now. And he's got himself a strikeout. Max Kepler, the batter. Ball outside. It's 12-0 Phillies. We're in the top of the 9th. 1-0 to Kepler, and he'll mash one into center. That'll drop in for a base hit. They'll wave around Rojas. Throw goes to second base. 13-0 Phillies. RBI single for Kepler. The Phillies have set a new season high for runs in a game. They had scored 11 runs a couple of times this season. Rafael Marchand takes a ball outside. The Phillies had scored 11 runs 3 times. So the 13 runs they have in this game, a season best for them. And the 17 hits they have is one back of what they've done for their best hitting performance this season as a team. That'll be fouled off. They've had 18 hits twice. And they've got 17 tonight.
Be tough to better what they've done tonight in terms of extra base hits and all.
Marchand with a fly ball out towards left center field. Michael Harris spreading to his right. He's under it, and he's got it for the out. Luke Williams comes along, gets a strikeout of Kyle Schwarber. Gives up a couple of runs in the process, but at least some smiles out there for that strikeout of Schwarber. We head to the bottom of the 9th.
That was a
college at Northeastern University, and all my friends were Red Sox fans. And while in my 3 years there, I really grew to appreciate Red Sox Nation and everything that they bring to the table. And once I got my head wrapped around the trade, I was really, really excited. I think they have one of the most iconic logos, these two Sox right here on the sleeve. I love keeping it simple, really fond of the font, and I think it's a really cool look.
Win an extra $444 only from the Georgia Lottery.
Stream Braves baseball in crystal clear HD on the Fan app. Now with Apple CarPlay, so you can get it directly through your dashboard. Download the Fan app now.
Well, we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. It's a 13-0 lead for the Phillies. Eli White will lead off of the Braves, pinch hitting for Michael Harris. Still Ronald on the mound for the Phillies. Second game of this series tomorrow night, 7:15 Eastern, 6:15 Central. Spencer Schwellenbach and Jesus Luzardo the matchup tomorrow. Eli White takes a ball low. There's the 1-0 pitch on the way to Eli, and a fly ball to right field. Max Kepler back. He spins and plays that one off the right field wall. Gets to it quickly, sends it in. It'll be a single for Eli White. For the Braves now trying to stay away from being shut out. They're just shut out last night. They've been shut out 5 times this year. The Braves' largest shutout losses of the last 30 seasons. May 20th, 2006, losing 13-0 at Arizona, and then tonight. So unless the Braves score here in the bottom of the ninth inning, this will be tied for the largest shutout loss in the last 30 seasons for the Braves. Called strike on Nick Allen.
Rough night, to be sure.
Well, I can promise you this night was worse for the Braves than what they experienced in Arizona in 2006 because they didn't have a rain delay that night.
That's true.
There's a called strike. We had a 2-hour, 19-minute rain delay before this game started. And then they peeled the tarp, and the storm continued for the Braves, giving up 1 in the first, 4 in the second, 6 in the third, 2 here in the ninth, and trailing 13-0. 0-2 to Allen, and he goes down looking. Slider over the outside corner, strikes out Allen, 1 down. By the way, Jeff Francoeur played in that game in 2006.
Did he?
And he's broadcasting next door. So I think we found the common denominator. One down for Stuart Fairchild. And the ball outside. One over from Ron Hill. And a swing and a miss at a changeup.
Pretty nice night for Stuart Fairchild after coming in for Acuna. A couple of doubles.
Just missed a homer on one of them. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Stuart Fairchild. And a fly ball towards shallow right down the line, going back Sosa and Kemp, and it's Sosa's ball. Second baseman makes a basket catch going across the foul line in no man's land. And the Braves down to their final out here in the ninth inning. Look, a Friday night, when the gates opened, folks were in here, and then we had the storm that lasted 2 hours, 20 minutes. And the game has been nothing to enjoy if you're a Braves fan. And for the fans who came out tonight, we certainly appreciate it. Always great to see the fans here. And that definitely goes for the fans who are still here. In there till the finish on a night that has been abysmal for the Braves. That'll be fouled off by Matt Olson on a check swing over about the third base dugout.
That's Braves fans for you, man. Braves country through thick and thin.
Hopefully better luck tomorrow. Here's the 0-1 pitch on the way to Matt Olson. And a ball high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Hopefully the Braves can head home, get some good sleep tonight, and be recharged and back in the win column tomorrow. But it has been a stinker of a night tonight. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And Olson sends one foul into the seats down the left field line.
Yeah, that'll be a lot better for tomorrow. A little reboot.
Pitch to Olson, and there's a called third strike, and mercifully that ends the game. For the Braves in the ninth, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. Final score, Phillies 13, Braves nothing. Back with the totals after this.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is
Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge.
Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
You need all the energy you can get for game day. Luckily at Georgia Power, we know a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are...
Some overnight oats right before the game. My teammates look at me like, what are you doing, dude?
My mom's cooking, probably. She makes some good. She's got a tuna fish casserole. That's pretty good.
If I went 5 for 5, I need to eat the same thing. Last time, Saturday, I ate arepa with eggs, and then next day, I gotta eat arepas with eggs. So my mom make it for me, and then when my mom is with me,
everything's good.
I save a lot of money.
Estamos lindo. Well, this is the most famous jersey in baseball, right? The Yankee pinstripes, the interlocking NY, and the Midnight Navy. I was a Yankee fan growing up my whole life, die hard, and became a free agent after 7 years with the Rockies, and I wanted to be a Yankee so bad. Putting this jersey on for a headshot for the first time, it felt different than any other shirt I'd ever put on in my career.
Out baseball relief.